Prof. Hongoro, please on stage to welcome us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matau. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, mine is not a very difficult job. It's simply to welcome you and share the similar excitement that all of you have had yesterday, and I'm sure you'll have today. So I really want to start by, maybe let me start with on a somber note that on behalf of the HSRC and the organizing committee of this conference, we really want to apologize for those who went through some challenges, logistical challenges at the airport. It never happens under normal circumstances, but we got caught up into some contractual debate and discussion, and you were all casualties. So we want to apologize on behalf of everyone. And for those who were there to give support, to encourage each other, Dr. Paulina, Mamelo, there's Kombi, thank you very much. But I also want to say that this is really your conference, so I have no intention to take more of your time, but to listen to what you say. Simply because I think yesterday we had a very good session where we had two of our leaders, Professor Sarah Mosetso and the UMP Vice Principal and Vice Chancellor, Dr. Tenjue Mehiwa, giving us quite an inspiring speech about why we are here and why the AYGS is such an important event. I share those sentiments as well, and I was particularly keen in listening to the conversations that were taking place yesterday. I think they really show that Africa has a future, and I think the talent is all here. And I was also particularly interested in the entrepreneurship session that took place here, which was run, and it's clear to me that I think people are willing and are able to disrupt the system. And you are the guys who can disrupt really the system. For us, we're better of conformists. We comply, we do things as they are. But to innovate, you need to disrupt. You have to think differently. So I really enjoyed that. I think there was a lot of opportunities there. But of course, I would like to encourage you. Someone said, Prof. Chek, engage amongst yourself, ask difficult questions. He called them brave questions, I think. I guess you are also saying, ask yourselves difficult questions and engage as young scholars and exchange ideas. I think the idea of having the youth leading Africa there's no question about that. I think we are a continent that is endowed with the biggest resource of young people, yourselves. And I think we need to start capitalizing on it. And one of the things that Africa needs to do is this is so-called the demographic dividend. You are there, you have to lead, contribute in your own way, at your own space. You don't have to do big things to make a difference. You just need to make changes within where you are, in one way or the other. So I really look forward to today being another successful day, because I can see when I looked at the program, we'll talk more about inclusive growth, youth empowerment, health and well-being, and there will be some discussions on Africa continental free trade area. So engage actively, build collaborations, strengthen networks of African scholarship. And again, I want you to be intellectually curious, as always. I think that's where everything begins. So when people were saying, I was able to innovate, it's because they were curious about things. They were able to find out what society needs, and they found ways of trying to resolve them. So I think let's keep doing that. We are quite looking forward to that. But I also want to leave you with some words of encouragement. We are not just doing it for the sake of doing it, meeting and talking. We need to codify what we are talking about here. Because this book, as you can see, it will never go away. I mean, it's there electronically, it's there in black and white. I always say to people, if I can't make a difference in this society today, someone is going to read what I publish. So part of the process of this conference is that we are going to produce a book. We have a series called The New African Thinkers. New because it's you, which will have different topic topics based on what, like the conference this time. So please take your work very seriously. We will codify it. We want the whole world to see it, and then you can make a difference. So I would like to end by that and say, please, I wish you a very good day. Relax, allow your mind to be yourself, and ask questions the way you normally do. This is not a place of structured, formal discussions. You can ask any questions and you should be able to be responded to. We are all available to talk to you because it's your show, to ask questions and if you, on anything. Because for us, our partnership is not just conferencing. It's postgraduate development, it's writing together, it's supporting you in this way and that way. We hold other conferences. One of the conferences we just had with Dr. Mjimba and Prof. Chek was the Africa Unity for Renaissance Conference. Do you all know about it? Does anybody know about that conference? You will get to know it because you will graduate from here to that one too. Because the whole point of that one, we were focusing on digital technologies and artificial intelligence in Africa. So we brought all the brains, at least a sample of them, to discuss these issues again. So our understanding or plan is that as you move from the young academy, you also get into that space. And I think it has been a practice in the past that we will have select a few who will also go and present there. So there's a lot that we're planning for you. So please enjoy the day, and I'll be also here to engage with you on anything. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Prof. Charles. Seeing that we have 4 minutes in between, I thought maybe they will play Amapiano for us, for me to dance coming to stage. But I just want to quote what he just said. He said, someone is going to read what you published. Take your work very seriously. So the questions you get here, make sure that they improve your work so that you prepare for that publication. To come on stage for the next session is Dr. Dr. Pauline to facilitate the next session. I'm not going to say much. She will take over from here and call to stage her panel members. Thank you.
Wow, you look all very fresh and ready for the day. So I've already been introduced. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, so I work for an organization called the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research. And part of our business is to work with our young upcoming scholars and researchers, particularly in the field of policy. So it's my honor to be the moderator of a very dynamic panel. And I would like to call to the stage my panelists, my fellow panelists. We have a representative from SAYAS, Professor Tebogo Mashivana, who was here yesterday. Please applaud her. She's a senior academic, researcher, entrepreneur, and innovation leader who is based at University of South Africa. Our next panelist is Ms. Vuyelwa Magagula from our host institution, University of Mpumalanga. Please welcome her to the stage. She's an associate lecturer in development studies and an academic talent stewardship program fellow. Welcome. The next panelist is a young upcoming researcher, Mr. Leboga. Trust me, he has taught me how to spell his name, to call out his name. I have missed it. Pardon me. I'm a poor student. So Mr. Leboga Mpeto is from NRF. He's working in the International Grants and Partnerships Department. This is a person to see after this session. And during the session, start noting down your questions. And finally, we have our colleague from HSRC, Dr. Blessing Musama. He's a research scientist, an interdisciplinary researcher with a strategic focus on transforming agriculture, rural development, and food systems policy and practice. Please welcome Dr. Musama. So, aligned with the theme of this conference, driving sustainable development, innovation through technological transformation, we've put together this panel to discuss areas or pathways to enhance sustainable development by harnessing scientific evidence, technological capabilities, and youth-led innovation. We will discuss examples of how Africa's demographic dividend, powered by youthful energy and ambitious digital innovation, in driving scientific solutions such as food and nutrition security, food systems, health, well-being, and climate action, and such related topics, including how we finance our own research. So, as you can see, we have distinguished panelists. I hope you can see them. Yeah. So we will be having a conversation. It's really a conversation. And after this, please note down your questions as we discuss so that you can ask questions. Can we have more mics? Okay. So like I've said, it's just going to be a conversation.
I think it should be working. Just speak.
Hello? Hello? Is it working?
Just push it. It's working.
Okay, fine. So, we will start with a representative from SAYES. Yes. So Africa, as you can see, even from this, we listened to very interesting conversations yesterday. So this is a very dynamic, youthful group. And it is a representative of where we are at in Africa. We have such a dynamic, innovative youth population. So in your view, what are the key barriers to preventing the continent to fully leverage this resource to drive inclusive and sustainable development in Africa?
Thank you for the question, and good morning, everyone, again. You have, I think, correctly said it that in Africa we have dynamic young people. And when you're looking into really what is happening in the world, also Africa is one of the continents, I think, with the exponential growth. So in the next few years, I think there will be billions and billions of people, and amongst those, I think a significant percentage of that are the young people. So I would say that really, maybe just to start with where I am, and because most of that, you'll find that whatever that is happening in your small space, it might actually be applicable in other spaces. It's also one of the things that we've been talking about yesterday in terms of collaboration, that most of the challenges that we are experiencing in the continent are not unique challenges. It's similar problems, that you might be experiencing in Kenya, in Uganda. Those are the challenges that we're experiencing in South Africa. And we find that maybe there is an innovator somewhere in Ghana that is solving these challenges. They have solutions for these challenges, but they are not collaborating. So I think for me, the first barrier I would say that is that we need to tap into the knowledge that is already existing. Sometimes as young scholars, young innovators, we want to reinvent the wheel. I'm not a fan of reinventing anything. Even if there's when I identify a problem somewhere, the first thing that, yes, is a problem, but has anyone actually worked on a solution for this? And if there's someone that has worked to solve that problem, the very first thing that I do is to reach out to that person and to see how we can collaborate. So I think it is that there is a big problem of people leaning more towards working in silos instead of collaborating. And other things I think are really issues that were raised yesterday in terms of we have financial constraints. Even if we're talking about money, we're talking about grants to fund projects, there's only limited resources for that. And that does not mean we should stop doing the work that we are doing. Also, there are people that are running at the forefront of some of the problems that we are trying to solve. Reach out to them and see how we can collaborate with them. And I think that is important to say that just because there are limited financial resources, it means that you cannot stop doing the work that you are doing because there are limited resources. We need to start, it's always said that we need to start with what we have and where we are. That is important. Let us not fold our arms and say that we are not going to do the work because we have limited resources. The other one of the barriers, obviously, I think this is the common one, access to infrastructure. I might have great ideas, but you find that wherever I am in my country, yes, this thing is great in my mind, it's great on paper, but I don't even have an instrument to conduct analysis. It goes back to the first response to say that reach out to other scholars in Africa and say that, oh, you have this instrument in your laboratory. I've gone through your work, your Google Scholar. I know, I'm aware of the research that we are doing. You have this instrument in your laboratory. How can we collaborate so that we work on this, we solve the problem? Like I'm saying that our problems are not unique. And I think for me, those will be the three key ones. The collaboration, the access to infrastructure, and yes. So I think it is that. Let us collaborate. And that's the thing. There are problems, but you can actually, if you look at these problems positively, you see that in these problems, there are also solutions. Because if you're talking collaboration, let me reach out to people that I can work with. Let us collaborate, and we really solve our problems that we're experiencing in the continent.
Thank you very much, Prof. And indeed, there are solutions. And we'll be coming back. I'll be coming back to you to give examples from SAYAS, how you are going around this problem so that our youth people can know how to go about those challenges that you have so well articulated. I'll come back to you on that. But in the meantime, for a long time, the Africa's research agenda has been driven by ideas and inspirations from the outside. So what we normally see is that there is always this mismatch between what we want as solutions to our challenges and what we are getting from the owners of the funds and the resources that we use. So there's this tension. And the question we ask, when shall we get solutions to our own problems? And this is usually pointed to the resources that we can harness internally or within the continent. So we have our NRF representative, and I would like you to look at the current and future research priorities in addressing development challenges and what you're doing as NRF to contribute towards making the idea of Africa's sovereignty of sovereign research agenda become a reality?
Thank you very much for that question, and good morning, everyone. What I can firstly say about addressing the sustainability challenges around Africa is that we need to have research that is locally relevant, but then again, it has to be globally connected. I say this because as NRF, we came together to say that how can we try and assist in terms of addressing these sustainability challenges in Africa. And then that's when we made a bid to host the Future Earth Africa Hub. So Future Earth Africa Hub, it's about having a sustainable planet for all. The main objectives about the hub is that one is to facilitate research, two is to build and mobilize networks, and then three is to shape the global narrative. Within Future Earth, we have the current priorities, which are the research areas. We call them science clusters. So one of the clusters, it is Future Africas. It is hosted by Rhodes University. And then we also have land and investment, also at Rhodes University, and also water futures by Rhodes University. Then we also have healthy ecosystems at Wits University. And then we also have climate leadership by the University of Limpopo. And then we also have degrowth and justice, which is led by University of Fort Hare. Now, these science clusters were there to say that what are the challenges? Now, they had to come up with all these themes to address the challenges that are being faced in Africa currently. But then they also had to come back because they've been running for 3 years. Now they're saying that, okay, we've done this research, but what else? What is it for the future? What are the future priorities? Which areas should we look into? And what came out of that was that they had 4 areas that they wanted to look at, which one, it is One Health, 2, it is renewable energy, and then 3, it is digital environmental sustainability, and then 4, it is sustainable cities. So those are the current and also future priorities that we are currently looking at as Future Earth Africa Hub. But then looking ahead, we saw that there is what we call transdisciplinary. We attended a TD school last year in Japan, where there was a big confusion about what is transdisciplinary, because we are now having researchers coming together to work with the private sector, working together with the communities. So we then had to say that differentiate between what is transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and interdisciplinary. So that is the new way that is the new research that we are looking into, where we're going to have a lot of transdisciplinary, having researchers from different fields, natural science and social science, coming together to work with your NGOs and also the communities. So that is what we're currently looking at in terms of addressing the sustainability challenges around Africa. Thank you very much.
Interesting, because you've said the NRF working through the Future Science Hubs, and given a projection of what you have identified as research priorities. And really what comes out is the notion of transdisciplinarity, which goes beyond the scientific space and interfaces with the community, with the industry. And I think that's a very interesting way that you have looked into. and very, very impactful, because that is where the solutions are, as we learned yesterday. And I would like us later to reflect on the interface between now what you're doing with what we were talking about, the entrepreneurship yesterday. So I want to move on to our colleague, our host, University of Mpumalanga representative. As we know, the youths and other vulnerable groups, especially the women, they have predominantly been left behind. They've been marginalized, particularly in the area of development agenda. And I realize that we're in a rural setting, and this is very apparent, even though in the urban setting, we also have the marginalized urban communities. So going by the buzzwords that we always hear, leaving no one behind, the need to develop capacities of the young people and other groups to become active players in the inclusive development agenda. So I'm looking at the tertiary education space. And a university like this one, what practical initiatives in terms of capacity development are in place to strengthen the priority skills and learning outcomes that can enable the young people to become active participants in the development discourse?
Thank you very much for that question. And I believe it's a very important question that we so actively want to answer. How do universities not only become hubs of knowledge, but subsequently respond to the immediate challenges of the communities? And how do we do that? By positioning young people in that space. And I will speak on three critical aspects that the University of Mpumalanga has positioned itself in responding to this very critical question. And the first one, of course, is the academic agenda. The programs. Are these programs targeted to respond particularly to the immediate challenges of the surrounding community? What are the programs that are in the University of Mpumalanga that then positions it to respond to this? We have programs such as the Bachelor of Development Studies program, where we create, or rather want to build students who will leave the system being able to engage in policy analysis, in governance reform, contributing to the very essence of the issues within their communities. We have programs such as the Bachelor of ICT, and there we support issues such as digital transformation, innovation, ecosystems, and technological solutions. We have the BCom, Bachelor of Administration, that prepares students to be able to take up leadership roles in the public sector. Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Agricultural Sciences, Bachelor of Plant Production, and Bachelor of Environmental Sciences. And all of these are programs that kind of work together to be able not only to create students who can respond academically to issues in society, but well-rounded individuals who can be able to enter to society, relate at the level of the society, because it's one thing to be able to understand the content for yourself, but it's another thing to be able to translate it to the communities. And this is what we are actively doing, making sure that our students go back to their communities able to speak the language of the community without leaving the academic agenda of the program that they're in. Another important aspect that the university has done is that it has established 7 core institutional research themes. I will not go through all of these institutional research themes, but the most, the ones that at the forefront are the themes that look at youth development, leadership and ethical governance, sustainability and food security. And these institutional research themes are kind of like drivers to say that when a student wants to come up with a research topic, they must at least look at research topics that align with the institutional research themes, because these themes are strategically positioned to respond to the regional, the national, and even the global issues that the university might find itself needing to respond to. And then the last one is issues such as mentorship and academic development initiatives. And I will speak about one particular program which I am so fortunate to be a beneficiary of, and that is the Academic Talent Stewardship Fellowship Program. this program is a program similar to the NGAP, but an NGAP of the University of Mpumalanga. So what the university does, it says, we are lamenting our position to say that we trust the very graduates that we are producing in this system. They absorb these graduates into the system, appoint them into associate lecture programs with a very strict program, or rather strict development program. So I think programs such as this could be piloted in other universities, where universities are not only saying we want graduates to leave the system, but we want to retain them as well, to prove to ourselves that our programs are indeed reliable, one, our programs are indeed relevant, two, and our programs are indeed necessary. So yeah, I think that these different initiatives are what are equipping young people, particularly marginalized, like young women in particular, with skills and knowledge and the confidence that they actively need to participate in development processes. And therefore, University of Mpumalanga is definitely saying that they're leaving no one behind.
So thank you very much for your examples. And you actually, in a way, answers a question I wanted to ask you about the curriculum being fit for purpose. And I can see with the examples, we can comfortably say that. I don't know whether you would want to put more emphasis on how your curriculum is fit for purpose. And particularly also in relation to innovation hubs that you may have as an institution.
Yes, thank you very much. I think the question of whether the curriculum is fit would not be a question that you can answer at one go, because times are changing. It could be fit today and tomorrow there's a pandemic. The curriculum is no longer fit. The question rather is, are we positioning ourselves to remain relevant even when times are changing? And I think that the university has done a very strategic thing by kind of, for instance, bringing the entrepreneurship hub just across the road, and I invite you to visit that when you have time. That hub is kind of teaching students to say that in as much as you have a course that could probably be irrelevant tomorrow as we speak, I mean, we have issues such as AI now. Are you able to monetize and kind of bring in the entrepreneurial aspect into the course? And by so doing, we are making our students remain relevant even when the times are changing, such that the question of whether or not a curriculum is fit does not become a stumbling block to whether do we advance our course as an institution. I believe that there is room for growth. There is always room for growth. And we shouldn't limit our qualifications to respond to immediate challenges, but also look at loopholes as to how do we broaden the horizon for the qualifications that we have.
For educators in the house, I think that's a perfect response. Adaptability to our curriculum, so that there'll never be a curriculum that is fit for purpose, because challenges are emerging by day. And I like the way our colleague here has responded to that in as far as the practice at UMP. The continuous adapting of the curriculum to fit the emerging needs. So I want us to move to another direction, and I want us to focus on the food systems. Our first presentations yesterday, they were around, in this place, they were around the food security, and we had a very interesting innovation that is coming from our young people and the work that they are doing in adapting to the climatic challenges. So here we have an expert in the food systems, Dr. Msama. Africa's food systems are predominantly informal and experience limited technological innovation and use for sustainable development in the midst of the challenges that we heard yesterday from the students, I mean from the scholars' work. So we know that you're very deep in the AI technology and how it's being used to overcome some of these issues. So the question I have for you is, how can AI and other similar emerging technologies be used to improve food security surveillance and reduce food loss and waste?
Chair, am I audible? Yeah, I'm audible. Good morning, colleagues. I want to say I'm talking about one issue that is very important today, like food. Prof. Ngoro, if we want to disrupt this immediately, if we want to disrupt this conference, just disrupt the food supply chain. If breakfast was not served, and then we could be having a different discussion now, and if there is uncertainty of food availability in the next few hours is not confirmed, then we are likely to disrupt this conversation. But having said that, I want to draw from what the CEO, the HSRC CEO said yesterday. We are in a period of polycrisis, and polycrisis involves these challenges, the interconnectedness. These challenges compound to disrupt or to give out challenges, disasters, and so forth that people, individuals, and households cannot contain. So, what are the challenges? To come to your question, I need to provide the context, Dr. Ngimwa, where in the context of food systems, the challenges that we have that eventually results in a polycrisis include climate change. These climate change hazards, all of them, you understand them. And you include the recently COVID pandemic that we experienced, and the ongoing global geopolitical tensions. How do they affect the food system through disrupting the trade? Africa depends largely on importing strategic key foodstuffs or staple foods, be it wheat and so forth. I think you see when the Ukraine and Russia war started, African leaders had to go there because there was a disruption of supply of strategic food crops and inputs, as a fertilizer inputs and so forth. So why does this matter? It matters because largely our work within the HSRC that we've been doing on food systems have been having a continental footprint, particularly in countries, South Africa, Zambia, Tanzania, Nigeria, and some remotely with Ghana. So South African context, food systems context, is very different from the continent. If you come to Zambia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and so forth, it's largely informal. And its subsistence, food availability and access is subsistence, at the subsistence level. So for them to get food, largely it's through subsistence agriculture. And it has also gone into even the urban settings because of the rapid urbanization. But if you come to the South African context, it's different because the food system is largely formal, controlled mainly by a few multinational corporations. So what is the impact? What is the difference? Food access in the South African context is through food purchase. So if you disrupt income, people do not have income, you disrupt food access. But if you get into the other context of Zambia, Tanzania, where we had case studies, we did some field work there, you would see that the disruption mainly comes from the climate change context because it affects the subsistence component. The resilience is not there. The adaptability, the adaptation and mitigation measures are very limited. Why? Because there is no capacity. It's largely rural. Even those who try to do now urban agriculture in the context of in urban settings, they do not have the right funding and technology. Now, how do we speak about artificial intelligence to someone in the rural setting who does not use even a phone to communicate on WhatsApp to say, I have my onions here. I want to go with them from Chirundu to Lusaka, which is about more than 200 kilometers away. They can't even use the WhatsApp. So how do you begin now a conversation with someone who does not have access to that and then say, I'm coming with artificial intelligence? I think in the AYGS conference, there was a lady who showed Professor, it was Professor, yeah, from Kenya, she showed a clinic under a tree. And then she showed a health facility in a setup where they were trying to have some maiden or projects that are using AI. The divide is quite worrisome. How do you begin to have a conversation about artificial intelligence, even starting here? How comfortable are we? Because we were talking about, no, I want to sign the register there. I can't scan. But we are talking about artificial intelligence to communities that are down there in the African continent. There's no electricity. There's no computer gadget. There's no internet. How do we do that as in the African context? So traversing that landscape in the continent have actually given us as HSRC a perspective that is totally different. So the difference, that's why I started with the difference in terms of context, to say from the South African context, it's totally different. Food access is largely formal, but even the mantra, do we have the technology that it needs? So among those issues, how then do we bring technology to solve issues within the food system? Because along the supply chain, we have issues of largely food safety. And South Africa, again, being in a different setting, is not spared because there has been food issues of mushrooming spaza shops, food fraud. You look at costed lives and income among the businesses. So it is not spared in terms of food safety. But more even, you get into the other side of the continent, you see that those people, it's largely informal. If you get to Soweto Market is in Lusaka. It's not in South Africa. The biggest agriculture market in Lusaka city in Zambia is called Soweto. So you get to Soweto Market, you get food processing. I would play the videos here. There's great potential of safety measures that are in place. You say, no, but they are doing well, but I can't buy. You understand? So, because of the environment, food environment. So, how do we bring the technology to those people? That's when we propose. But still, there are militating measures that are factors that are there. There's no, by the time we were doing that research, it was in 2023 and early 2024. Zambia started experiencing extreme water, electricity, long hour blackouts. So food was being wasted. So it comes to food waste, food loss, food safety, outbreak of diseases. When we were there was cholera in Lusaka. Now, so we could not just eat food. I think Dr. Nomtsewo can attest to that. So here people in the urban setting who are experiencing that, issues of food safety, food loss, and food waste. At the Soweto Market, they just bring those foods and then you see heaps of tomatoes, waste, and other vegetables. Now, how do we come in with technology? We now have artificial intelligence, we have blockchain technology with other emerging digital technologies. So blockchain technology is one of the best technologies that can be used, even in the South African setting, to actually trace food, because it accounts, it makes it easier to trace food from source to the consumer in seconds, because it compiles the entire information. Examples of companies that have done that is Walmart and Nestle. They've actually rolled it out, and now they can trace. So you can't say now food fraud. Where is this food coming from? So using blockchain technology, you are able to trace food, to do proper surveillance of an entire food system, food supply chain, against this challenge we are having of food inspectors that are supposed to go to shops. I think you have experience of this. We saw this in Zambia. It was not there. It was largely rudimentary. But if you go to Tanzania, Tanzania is pilot projects involving blockchain technology, especially in the cashew nut value chain. There was a project that was being rolled out by one of the partners, which was we were working with, Sokoino University of Agriculture. So you could see that there were a lot of initiatives, and you could see that it was different from Zambia. And you talk of Kenya as well, there are other startups. So I want to bring to your attention, Dr. Ngima, that it has to be context specific. And our understanding of the heterogeneity of the African context requires that we have context specific solutions, but at the same time bringing to the attention that the militating factors of funding of energy, which is electricity. You can't talk about AI without talking about energy, without talking about the skills development, without talking about the gadgets themselves. What are we talking about? So that's why Africa is a spectator in the AI value chain. Thank you.
Very interesting, Dr. Masama, because you've provided the context analysis, but also you've introduced something that we haven't been talking much. We talked about it in other technologies, and we haven't been talking about it in these emerging technologies. The digital divide still exists. And it was interesting listening to some of the presentations of the work that is coming out in the use of technology. And I would like us to reflect around this, particularly when we come to asking questions. And that is where we are right now. We've had a lot of conversation and ideas. And I would like to start engaging the audience at this point before we go to the next round of discussion questions. So because this is a conversation, I would like to pick about 3 audience questions in response to what we have been listening to. We did encourage ourselves to take notes. So before we go to the next round, do we have any question coming out from the audience? There's a question there. Another one? Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I was glad when Doug was talking about food waste and food loss and how we can use our AI to combat that particular problem. So when you look at the agriculture value chain, from the farm we generate waste to the farm gate through to the consumer. Now, I've realized that most of our consumers waste food a lot, and one of the Sustainable Development Goals talks about responsible consumption. Now, how can we use artificial intelligence to combat that particular problem with regards to our consumers? Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was a question over there.
Good morning, and thank you for such a wonderful conversation we are having. I just have, I think, 2 questions. One is directed to SIAS when they talk about the barriers, especially on collaboration and infrastructure. I want to somehow understand when we are talking about collaboration, especially in an African context, or with other African continent, what kind of agreement do you need to sign for you to have a good collaboration, especially if we're looking on issue of infrastructure? Because that can be one of the aspects that one need to understand. And another question is directed to Dr. Blessing when you talk about the challenges that people who are in doing food security are facing, especially on issue of AI. Do you somehow maybe have what can be done, especially on issue of making sure they get adapt to AI, because we are having small farmers who are struggling to adapt to smart agriculture technology. So what can be done to get them to understand AI, using it for food security? Because in Africa, this is something that's going to hit us very bad, especially on agriculture and due to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have another question from the audience? Yeah, we have two questions on this side.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the conversation. Yes, there's something that's come out clear about the skill gap, that our institutions, the skills they are offering, they are not required by the industries. As an institution, how can we reform ourselves to offer the required skills that the industry require? Because right now we are talking about AI, machine learning, and what have you. But when you go to a university, you're still offering Bachelor of Account. We don't need accountants right now. How can we still reform ourselves as long as we are reforming the curriculum? Can we do better than that to reform everything for us to have better skills? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And my question goes to Dr. Masama. You mentioned that we have MNCs, that is multinational corporations, who are controlling mostly agricultural sector. And now with the introduction of AI, and my question will be if these MNCs are controlling agricultural sector, my question is to the benefit of who? And now, who owns this AI? And if the opportunity that AI brings on board, the owners, will they also want to ensure that they still control so that they continue benefiting from the highly exploitative measures that they have? Thank you.
Interesting questions. Let me take the last one.
Hello, thank you. There was made mention of using blockchain technologies to trace the value chain of how food is produced and how it finally ends up with the consumer. It got me wondering, is there anything that continues to extend the blockchain usage in terms of how food loss and waste can also be handled? Thank you.
Did we understand that question? Yeah. Okay. I hope I'm not shutting out any. Okay. We'll take the next one later. So let's respond to those questions before we go to the next discussion points. We can start with Blessing. Do you want to? Okay. You had majority of the questions.
Okay. Thank you for the discussion points. And I think I have 4 discussion points here. I want to start with, I will not go in the order, but I will, more interesting here, I want to start with the issue of multinational corporations that do control the entire food system, especially in South Africa. And by the way, in Zambia, there is rapid supermarketization as well. That is, they've encroached into Zambia as well. But to who owns AI and to the benefit of who, and what will they not, that was your question, not control the people who controls AI? And are they not going to control this food system, these multinational corporations? And you, as you rightfully said, this is a very important question, because AI, right now there is a chess, or what we can say, a competition between 2 main global superpowers, which is the US and China, in terms of artificial intelligence. And the rapid change in the technology, Africa is, in the last conference, I said Africa is not on the table of AI in the meantime. We are not there. We are objects of experimentation. But it therefore means if you are not on the table, you are the menu. So in what way? In the way that AI's value chain it requires resources, and the resources are in Africa, but Africa is not on the table of AI coming up with AI technologies, generative AI, and so forth. So we become the menu because we have to provide the resources to this value chain, AI value chain. So in the Silicon Valley of where this company sits in America, these are the owners, and also in China mainly, and these are the small European countries, but mainly it's China and the US. And like you rightfully said, they own these multinational companies. So you can see is the power dynamics in terms of influence. How do you influence food, maybe food prices? How do you influence the food trade? It's largely because it is controlled by these multinationals. So when they cough in America, we sneeze because they can control what we eat from this end, because they are mostly their companies. So we need now, from the National Food and Nutrition Security Survey findings that we did in South Africa, we said the main outcomes were that we need, without disrupting the producers of food, the commercial ones, but we need to say each household must be able to produce their own food for their own consumption, so that when there's a disruption elsewhere, there's no immediate extreme hunger in the household. They can provide their own food for consumption, but also not disrupting the entire commercial food production patterns in South Africa. So that is one way. But in terms of artificial intelligence, there was a question on, can we use blockchain to reduce food losses and so forth? Yes, we need to account. Blockchain allows us to account for every activity in the value chain or every value chain node of food, to say from inputs, what were the inputs, what were the source, where were these inputs sourced, so who produced, and what is the expiry date of that food. Once you have those, you are able now to track. That information is actually kept by blockchain, and we have also machine learning technologies, and we have computer visions and deep learning that are able to keep those data in real time, so that we are able to say this food, before it expires, so that it's not food waste, it comes out first as the batch, and then we are able then to use it to the advantage of reducing food loss and food waste, much to the use also of artificial intelligence technologies. Even at the production level, you have this precision agriculture that then requires the smallholder or even larger producers. It is happening now in commercial farming areas. They have the precision agriculture facilitated by AI and other digital technologies, where that you control the irrigation, the irrigation scheme on your phone. Say now it is able to move from the moisture content is now okay, then it moves to another programmed to do so. So it helps. But at the targeting the household level, even in South Africa and in the continent, we then need to start with climate smart agriculture practices that we can use with limited resources, but with support from the government and funding organizations and NGOs. So in Zambia, it was predominantly zero tillage conservation agriculture. It's very common, it's the most common practice in Zambia. In Tanzania, there were other technologies of, but at pilot stages, facilitated by Sokoine University of Agriculture. So we also, there was a question on what can be done for people to understand AI use in Africa, so that to the advantage of food systems. We need to harness the demographic dividend that we have, the demographic competitiveness that we have. The youth stands at 60% of the population in Africa currently is the youth. So it means they are able to use this technology. So they need training. First of all, they need to have the skills. Now, if they have the skills, they are gathered into groups and have some technologies, startups. Now, to do that, they need funding to be injected for startups. If you go to Protea Glen, we have some projects that are going on there that we were studying there. The guy is doing very well. He's called Greg in Soweto at a school. He's using school space. But there's also with the University of Joburg, there is a program run by Professor Malan, yes, is in the Kudla project. So they bring together farmers, small-scale farmers that are into this hydroponics, aquaponics, and so forth. So they are able to have a conversation that then they share resources and technical expertise trained as a group. We need that to happen to youths and women. So those are immediate short-term solutions that we have. But in the long term, there's a deliberate funding model that needs to be developed so that we fund the technology. It needs electricity. So power, it needs those platforms that we have in terms of technology, the computers, internet, broadband access, and so forth. You find them in some spaces it's very expensive. So there's need for those long term, but in the short term, we can bring them together and have those startups. And lastly, I talked about blockchain. Yes, it can.
I think you have addressed all the questions.
Yes, thank you.
And definitely, there's a lot of interesting stuff around food systems and use of technology. And I want to encourage all of us to hang around Dr. Msama to learn more and more of what is happening. So before we go to the CS example, there was a question about the skills gap, and I don't know whether you'd like to respond to that.
With regards to the skills gap, I think we need to be quite honest that universities alone cannot solve the unemployment issue. They really cannot. And universities need to be intentional about partnerships, especially with industry. I don't really think we have a skills gap, but I think we have skills that are not adaptable. So universities are not intentional in their agenda of not only creating a graduate that will enter society, but a graduate that will be able to respond should the labor market change. Okay, so for instance, are we teaching our graduates, or rather our students, to use AI to make what they are already good at better instead of competing with AI? As an accountant, how do you take the AI aspect into your already existing skills in accounting to make it better, to learn more, and instead of trying to compete with it with AI itself? What makes you different? Like, as a graduate, what makes you different? What makes you stand out? And that is the agenda that should be of the university, to make sure that that graduates are responding to the changing labor market. So creating graduates that are critical thinkers, graduates that are entrepreneurial, graduates that are digitally literate, and graduates that are able to have problem-solving skills, rather than those that will stick to just what they know. For instance, we have jobs that are available, but graduates will not apply for them because a graduate will say, I studied development studies, I want to be a development practitioner, which means that this person is not prepared to diversify at any point in time. If a development studies job is not available, then I'm unemployed. I cannot go anywhere else. Look into the course. What are the aspects of that? For instance, the Just Energy Transition. There's no particular course in the world called Bachelor of Just Energy Transition. But all of these different courses now and disciplines are on the table saying, as a development practitioner, my niche will be, I will be the one that translates this to the communities because I've learned how to establish rapport with communities. And a biochemist will say, this is how I enter. An engineer will say, this is how I enter. But no one in the room will say, no, I studied Bachelor of Energy Transition. So I really don't think we have an issue of skills gap. But we have an issue of graduates and universities who are not preparing their graduates to diversify their skills.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think what you're doing is to encourage us to ask the same questions differently. And I like that because when we start asking, yesterday we were told to ask, I think it is Professor Sheikh who asked us to ask questions, different questions. So and I think when we start asking ourselves different questions to the questions that we have been asking ourselves, then we move towards getting the solutions. So the question of the skills gap is one that we have tackled and thought about for so long. I think it's the time to flip the question and ask, how do we make what we have adapt to this emerging needs? Very important. Now, I want the SAYERS representative to respond to the question that came out, but as you respond to the question, I want you to combine with exploring the examples that you're using to address the gaps that you raised. So I'd like you to look at what the young scholars and innovators, how you see them using the examples of SAYERS, how they are driving the agenda for inclusive and sustainable development in Africa.
Thank you. So to answer the question about the type of agreements that we need to sign when we're now looking into collaboration beyond the borders, there are several of those, and I think I will just start with the two common ones, which is the MOU. So for me specifically, if I am reaching out to a scholar in other African countries, the first thing that we need to sign it is an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. And in that, we need to clarify the roles. That is very important that from the onset, we clarify the roles that, yes, as Tebucho, within these particular institutions, this is what my role will be. What will be your role in whatever institution, in whatever country? And also, it depends on the type of projects that you're going to be doing. So if you are dealing with something that has innovative, there's IP issues there, and then we begin to talk about the non-disclosure agreements that need to be signed between different institutions or collaborators. And I think the other important one will be also depending that the context matters. If the IP laws and regulations in other countries might be different. So if now we are beginning to tap into the entrepreneurship, commercialization aspect of things, then you need to understand those things to say that if I am coming with if our collaboration might somehow develop a foreground IP, what does the law say in Zimbabwe in terms of IP? And what are those laws within South Africa? So I would say that before you even get too excited, there might be funding that is available for you to run with the project. MOUs are important. That is the starting point. Probably in the second conversations that I have with scholars I'm collaborating with outside my organization, we meet the first day. In that first meeting, we are already discussing that in the next meeting, the MOU must be signed between organizations. And from the perspective of a researcher in the academic setting, those templates are available. So you're not supposed to go and draft an MOU template, an NDA template. They are available within your organization. It's a matter of reaching out to your legal office to say that I am in the process of establishing a collaboration with institution ABC. Can I have the template? And also I think one thing that is also important, and maybe some scholars might not be aware of, you do not have to be within an academic setting for you to sign an MOU. I am signing MOUs with entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, SMMEs, they do come, institutions, academic institutions can sign an MOU, can sign an NDA with you as an entrepreneur to say that I've got this idea. I gave an example yesterday that there's an SMME that I'm working with. Paperwork is proper. There are agreements that we have signed. So it's important that before you actually get to the laboratory, you begin to work together, the paperwork is in place. You have signed those documents. I hope I've answered you in that one. And so in terms of now the work that we are doing within SAYERS, there are three key working groups. The first one is on capacity building for scientific excellence. We have strategic partnership and policy influence, and we have science communication. And so what we really want to do as SAYERS is to ensure that we represent the young scientist in those, in terms of capacity building, innovation, mentorship, science engagement. And one of the things that I always say that before you even get there, because sometimes we wait for opportunity to say, how do I get into science? How do I begin to? The reality is that we spoke about financial constraints and limited resources. It's the same sometimes in many opportunities. I know with science, they only take, 10 new members on a yearly basis. So meaning that if you want to wait for opportunities to enter into being a member of SciAS, you might wait for a lifetime. What I always say is that wherever you are, young scientists, always raise your hand to serve. Don't wait for anyone to create opportunities. And I always give this example also to say that I started mentoring and providing career guidance as a first-year student. So I believe that every person that has gone a step ahead, what are international organizations for us to begin to serve our communities? You are a master's student, you know the challenges that you have experienced as a first-year student. So for me, it has always been there that there are challenges coming from a rural village somewhere. There are challenges that I've experienced. And I took it upon myself to say that I am going to give back to a first-year student so that they do not experience some of the challenges. Some of these barriers, it will take us in this room that have gone a step ahead. Can I just go back and give my hand, lift someone else that is coming after me without being in a structured organization, your SciAS and all these other organizations. Where you are, you can begin to serve. Where you are, you can begin to close those gaps and actually address some of these barriers that we are experiencing.
Interesting. Young people, young scholars becoming solutions by putting themselves out there and giving back. Now, NRF, you've been rather quiet, but I believe there is a lot that we can learn from NRF, especially in making Africa's research agenda being driven by Africans. And that is one way, like we said, is financing our own research. So I'd like you to give examples of what you see from the NRF position that we can be supported to produce our own research, addressing our own African solution problems.
Thank you very much for that question. I think in terms of driving our own research, we firstly need to define, lead, and fund our own research. And as NRF, what we are doing is that we are funding from postgraduate students to early career researchers and established researchers. So currently what we are doing to support this initiative about determining our own research agenda is that we have what we call, I mentioned this in our earlier discussions, the science clusters, where we fund those particular research focus areas. And they also have collaborations throughout Africa with different partners. And then we also have the regional nodes. We call them Future Earth Africa Hub regional nodes, where we, as NRF, we established nodes throughout the continent, where there are 5 regional nodes. One is in North Africa, which is hosted by Egypt in Helwan University. And then the other one is in West Africa, which is co-hosted by Ghana, the University of Cape Coast, and University of Lome in Togo. And then in the east, we have a node called, it's hosted by Kenya, by Maseno University. But then in central, we have DRC, which is hosted by the University of Kinshasa. And then in Southern Africa, we have a co-host of about 8 institutions that came together, which is the University of Namibia, University of Mozambique, Malawi University of Technology. So what they do in those nodes is that the aim was that what are the research focus areas in those areas? And as NRF, how can we play a role in terms of bringing these nodes together to say that all the different regions, let's see in West Africa, what is happening, what are their priorities versus our priorities, and how can we influence or align those priorities together? So that is also one of it. And then we also have our research chairs, the OR Tambo research chairs that work within Africa, where the research is determined by those chairs, and we are also part of funding some of those chairs that work throughout Africa. But lastly, and in closing, we also have what we call the research granting councils. So these are funding agencies within the African continent where we are funding our own research. They come together, determine research areas that they want to focus on, and what they do is they fund research within their countries and whichever focus areas that they want to address. So as NRF, we are, I would say that in summary, it's all about just funding your own research and funding your own researchers. Thank you.
I believe the audience has listened to the various points of connection where you can connect yourself and be able to contribute or tap into the resources available and contribute to African-led research. So we are almost coming to the end of our panel. And I know we did talk about blessing. There was a lot of focus on food security, but I don't know whether you have any example that addresses the climate change challenges and how you use technology to overcome that challenge in as far as agricultural produce is concerned.
Thank you, Doc. I will just say briefly because it is the time where Africa is experiencing those climate change hazards. It's not disasters, but hazards. It becomes a disaster when there is no preparedness. Yesterday in this room there were very good presentations on innovation and climate action, and key issues there that emerged were about the use of satellite imagery to actually use for early warning, as early warning systems, and for things like cyclones that result in flooding and so forth, heat waves and the other things. But also we look at issues. I want to give an example of when we were doing the data collection in Zambia and Tanzania. It was at a time when regionally, in the Southern African region, we were experiencing the El Nino phenomenon, and climate experts or geographers here also say maybe it's not linked to climate change, it is, and so forth. But it all comes back to the climate aspects. The heat wave actually destroyed, there was total crop failure. You look at Mozambique, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana. So all in these countries there was a total crop failure because of since the extension of the heat wave was more than 2 weeks, which was last experienced in 1982. So there was total crop failure. But much to our amazement was that there were no preparedness in terms of irrigation in all these countries, except in South Africa. So the total crop failure, it was different in the Tanzanian context because it resulted in flooding. So these are climate change hazards that completely change the face of resilience of communities and so forth. So we realized that there's need for preparedness, but people in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, did not have grain, especially maize, but maize was there in Tanzania, but could not trade because of the stringent red tapes. So what does it tell us? It tells us about Dr. Mjimba's passion of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, that we need to operationalize and change all those protocols and facilitate trade in strategic food crops that are produced then in Tanzania, Zambia, and so forth, and even South Africa. So much to the feeding of those countries were imports from South Africa and also from international, which was affected. So, yeah, just briefly that I can say.
Thank you for that example. And when we look at tapping into the modern technology, yesterday we listened to a presentation, I think, from ISIPE on how they are using machine learning and the satellites. So I have just 10 minutes, and I want to take one question that we may have left out from the audience that you would like to engage the panel. This is a rather quiet audience. Okay. Yes. There's a question next to Dr. Ubisi. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Peggy Matabel. So I'm so intrigued with the great work that the university is doing. So my question is around how do you normally communicate or collaborate with local stakeholders to showcase the awareness of the great... Oh, sorry. Just to understand that, how do you normally communicate awareness of some of the good work that you are doing as a university to local stakeholders, such as the schools, so that we showcase what you are doing as a university? I think it's a great work that you are doing, but so yeah, sure.
Did you hear? Please.
Thank you very much. So the university has a very active social media presence, number one. And then secondly is that it has a very effective communications office as well, marketing and communication. So throughout the year, there are a series of outreach programs that happen, either through that marketing and communications office through the entrepreneurial, the CIFERI, we call it CIFERI, Center for Entrepreneurship, a rapid incubator. So that incubator also plays an integral role with community outreaches and also just lamenting the university's presence in different platforms and different stakeholder engagements.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm not shutting out any question from the audience. So we are coming to the end of this panel discussion. And my takeaway, as we bring all this around the leveraging of technology, is the importance of being on the table. And the parting shot that we have is from Dr. Msama. I liked the way he used the analogy that if we are not on the table, we are what? We are what? When the Western cough, what do? I believe that is not what we want to do. And the focus of this, the theme of this conference is around leveraging technology, and more so the emerging technologies, the AI. We need to take the lead when we talk about innovating solutions for our own problems. We have to be on the table in the development of these technologies. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to applaud our very able panelists. And also yourselves for keeping the conversation going. So yeah, applaud yourselves. Yeah, thank you so much. So thank you very much. I now want to give this back to the director.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, you can stand there a bit. The photographer is coming to take you a photo, all of you. While they are busy with taking a picture, please update your social media, AYGS 2026 hashtag. And for the next sessions, we have the important what Dr. Blessing was talking about, the food outside for tea. And more than that, after we have sessions in this room, the chair of that session is Mr. Baloi, and the chair of the other session in Archives Building is Dr. Dalu. Presenters in those sessions, please make sure that the facilitator has a particular laptop with your presentation in that, because sometimes you send emails and your presentation to me, and I don't know where my laptop is now. And so make sure that you get to the session room and your presentation is on the right folder so that you're able to present. I'm not sure if I'll be coming back to stage, because after that you have lunch, and then we have a session where Dr. Obisi is chairing and Dr. Dlamini is also chairing. So please make sure that all colleagues who are presenting after lunch, you load during lunch in those rooms. And for now, during tea, please go and load for the sessions that are session C and D. And then in the afternoon is session E and F, then followed by, I think, poster sessions. Yes. That concludes this session. Please smile, colleagues. The photographer is there. Thanks so much.
want to check all of them. If they are here. Good morning, colleagues. I just want to check if all our presenters are here for this session. Maybe I will read the names just to check before we start at 11. Is Lisina here? Okay. Nomfundo. Sive. Carlton Kele. Okay. Gift. Nana. Oh, okay. Thank you. Gift, no. Okay. So, right, colleagues, I guess everyone is here who's supposed to be here. Good morning and welcome to this session on inclusive economic growth. This is such a very nice theme, but here the challenge is not only to grow economies, but how do we ensure that growth creates opportunities for everyone, women, youth, small business, and rural communities. So in this session, we have about like 6 to 7 presentations. And then our researchers here, they will be presenting under the theme inclusive economic growth. And then when I look at these presentations, the topics and the themes, they respond very well to one of the Sustainable Development Goal, which is Sustainable Development Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to call upon all our presenters and to come to the stage, and then you all have 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes presentation and 5 minutes for questions. So I will call upon the stage Lisina Zapasi from the National University of Science and Technology from Zimbabwe. And then we have Nomfundo Koza from Central University of Technology. And then Usive from Central University of Technology. And Gift Nature from the University of Venda. And then we have Nana from University of Ghana. It's who? Carlton Kele from University of Free State. Sorry. Thank you to all our presenters. So to start with the session, I will call upon our first presenter, Lisina from National University of Science and Technology from Zimbabwe. She's been looking at trading spaces, rethinking informal markets, and urban transformation in Bulawayo City Center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Just a correction from Lupane State University. This paper I co-authored with Visem Rodney Slemper from the National University of Science and Technology. So our title is Trading Spaces, Rethinking Informal Markets and Urban Transformation in Bulawayo City Center. Okay, as opening remarks, when we speak about technology or technological transformation in Africa, we often imagine artificial intelligence, smart cities, digital platforms. But what if one of the most sophisticated adaptive systems in our cities is not digital at all, yet operates with the precision of real-time spatial analytics? So in Bulawayo City Center, informal traders are not merely surviving economic decline. They constantly model, they're constantly modeling pedestrian flows, optimizing spatial positioning, and reconfiguring urban infrastructure in response to regulatory shocks. So this presentation, it argues that informal markets are not planning failures. They are adaptive urban technologies. So our research focus was to examine how informal traders in Bulawayo City Center actively produce and transform urban space, construct resilience, socio-spatial systems, operate within and against restrictive planning regimes, and also to how they generate adaptive urban economies in conditions of economic decline. So how was our study relevant to the AYGS theme? This research, it contributed by demonstrating how GIS and spatial analytics can render informal economies visible, and also showing how informal traders as everyday innovators in adaptive urban systems, and also providing evidence for public sector innovation, which is grounded in spatial data, and also inclusive economic infrastructures. So what was our problem? Despite sustaining thousands of livelihoods, informal traders in Bulawayo, they operate within a context which is characterized by unclear and inconsistently enforced regulations, recurrent spatial insecurity arising from evictions, exclusionary urban design framework, and pronounced gendered vulnerability. So the dominant urban planning paradigm continues to frame informality as illegal, as temporal, and an aesthetic disorder to be eradicated. But the empirical evidence, it demonstrates that informality is structured, it is organized, and is economically rational and deeply socially embedded within the urban fabric. So the core problem now is to ask, how can informal markets be understood as generative urban systems rather than merely planning failures? Okay, so we were guided by 3 research questions. Number 1, we asked, how do informal traders produce and transform urban space through their everyday spatial practices? And the second one was, how do informal markets function as resilient socio-spatial systems? And the third one was, what implications do these practices hold for inclusive urban design and governance in secondary African cities? So our study was guided by, initially we selected Henry Lefebvre, the spatial production of space, as our guiding theory. But as we're collecting data, we realized that, okay, there's also issues to do with resilience, and then there's also issues to do with gender. So we then integrated the 3 to come up with an integrated socio-spatial theoretical framework where you see informal markets, they mutually constitute the production of space by Lefebvre and also the resilience system. But all these, they are shaped by, or they are shaped by gender, or the experience, the informal market are gendered in nature. So when you rope in these 3, then you inform an inclusive urban design and policy. So this is how we integrated the 3 to have this theoretical framework. Then, in terms of methodology, we had a mixed method approach where we roped in qualitative and spatial analysis technique. So, on qualitative, we conducted 30 semi-structured interviews with the market traders, market organizers, the transport operators, and also the municipality officials. And then we also did a non-participant observation where we were observing the informal markets in different times, in the morning, in the evening, and during the day. And then we also did a GIS mapping using GIS tools. So what is important with this methodology is GIS was developed not merely as a descriptive tool, but as an analytical instrument to reveal the spatial rationality embedded within the informal trading practices. So on findings, one of the findings that we find was that urban or informal traders are not passive urban space users, but they are producers. So informal traders, they do not passively occupy urban space, but they actively construct and reconfigure it through everyday spatial practices. So as one of the respondents had to say, you don't just come and sit anywhere. You watch where people walk and where they pause, and you follow that movement. So this goes to demonstrate that traders, they possess a spatial intelligence, and they apply it tactically, positioning and engaging in real-time urban analysis. So the urban space is therefore continuously being remade through movement, through visibility, and also through negotiation. Also, again, traders, they deliberately position themselves near transport ranks, near office corridors, and also commercial frontages, where there is pedestrian traffic is more concentrated. Again, we also find that urban space, it shifts according to time or according to daily urban rhythm. Like, for example, closer to the bus terminus or where there is transport nodes. So this reflects a time-based spatial production and a flexibility, a flexible micro-entrepreneurial strategy where informality operates as a temporal urban technology that adjusts in response to the commuter flows. And also mobility is as a survival mechanism because of regulation. They keep on running, they keep on moving to avoid the municipal police and others. And also, again, most importantly to note, we found that the informal market or the informal space is gendered in nature. So whilst you can find more males being in more mobile streets or where they can simply move, but for women now, they prefer the corners where they can sit and prioritize access to shade, access to water, and relative stability. So also to support the finding, this qualitative finding, where we did our GIS mapping, we had a day heat map and a weekend and a night heat map, which shows differences in how they occupy space. So I'm going to show you on the next slide where I'm showing the maps how the day heat map and the night or weekend map is done. So you find that during the day, they are mostly, the informal traders, they are mostly concentrated in the 6th Avenue and 5th Avenue and Lobengula Street. So Lobengula Street is where the council has designed for them to be, which is on the outskirts of the town. But the 5th Avenue is a more constated avenue because it's politicized. They argue that when council wants to remove them, they say a certain political party put us here. So there is a politicization of that street. You can move to the next slide. Then on the weekend or night map, you find that now these traders, they are now found everywhere. After 4, when regulation has a bit lapsed, the council has knocked off, the informal traders, they are found everywhere. And even during the weekend when there is less regulation, they are also found everywhere. You can move to the next. So another finding was that markets, they exhibit flexible, collective organization and rapid spatial adaptation, which sustain livelihood despite these restrictive planning regimes. So these traders, they rely on social networks, mutual support, and adaptive trading strategies to cope with economic decline and enforcement pressures and spatial uncertainty. So the markets, they demonstrate collective shock absorption during enforcement pressures. So also in terms of resilience, mechanisms, they include early warning systems, coordinated packing, and rapid reassemble and mutual financial support. So in case where the council can confiscate the goods, the traders, they mutually support each other in terms of finance, and also early warning. If along the corridor, the enforcement law officers are coming, they blow whistles and to alert everyone. So there's that in terms of resilience. And also these practices, they represent social innovation under institutional pressure. So trading income, it also is being used to sustain food security, education, rentals, and therefore we should view this as central to urban sustainability. Then there's, again, another finding was that informality operates as an urban infrastructure rather than a disorder. So there's a clear mismatch between regulatory frameworks and lived practices. So contrary to this dominant planning narrative that frames street trading as a chaos or chaotic, the finding revealed that informal markets, they organize flows of goods, services, and people, and supporting everyday urban functioning. So informal trade, it contributes to economic survival, social reproduction, and the urban vibrancy, especially under conditions of unemployment and economic contraction. So what are the implications for urban planning and government? So the study demonstrated that an attempt to remove informal traders often misinterprets the special intelligence which is embedded in the informal systems. So effective urban governance, it requires inclusive planning approaches that integrate informal trading patterns rather than suppress them. So despite the exclusion, these traders, they proposed practical design solutions. So they recommended foldable shelters, lockable storages, adaptable trading zone, and integration with transport nodes. I can move on to the next one. So what were the conclusions? The study revealed that informality functions as an essential urban infrastructure, organizing flows, goods, services in Bulawayo, and also urban space is co-produced through negotiation between traders, authorities, and everyday urban rhythm, rather than solely through formal planning. And then current planning approaches that frame this informal trade as disorder, they overlook the spatial intelligence which is embedded in informal market system. And inclusive and adaptive planning frameworks are essential for integrating informal markets into sustainable urban development strategies. So in terms of policy recommendations, we recommended that the Bulawayo City Council, it needs to recognize informal vendors as official residents of public areas through establishment of flexible trading permits, which should be based on specific timeframes and placed to handle changes in vendor operations. So these are other policy recommendations that we had for urban planning, housing, and health service department. Also to establish water, essential water and sanitation systems together with waste disposal infrastructure. So because of time, I'll rush on to my concluding remarks. So the final thought, I want to leave you with a quote that says, African development challenge is not a lack of innovation. It is a failure to recognize innovation where it is already exists. Informal markets are not relics of underdevelopment. They are adaptive technologies of survival. The future of sustainable African cities will not be built only with algorithms and sensors. It will be built integrating the spatial intelligence of their people. Tatenda, Siyabonga, thank you.
Thank you very much for a very wonderful presentation. And then I will call down the floor. Maybe we have 5 minutes for questions. I will check if, do we have any questions or any comments for our presenter? Any questions from the floor or comments?
Thank you, Lesina, for the good presentation. It's a very interesting topic and point of discussion. It might be not a question per se, but I think this discussion, we've had it previously in one webinar. The definition of informality. Who is informal? Who is formal? And we are using these terms based on the colonial bylaws and policy frameworks that still exist in our cities, in our countries. So you will see that informality. Who is saying informal to whom? Because these people are actually living. They are living their way, and you have found out very clearly that urban, what you are calling informality, support urban function and support economic function in times of economic problems. So, to who is informal to who? So, the protection of those multinational corporations that try to protect their entities at the expense still define ourselves as informal. So we need now, based on such findings, very interesting findings, to say that, no, this is not informal. This is the way we are supposed to be living. But are we going to have a change in the city council's policy-making process aligned to the national policy frameworks? Are they going to change that, the perception that these are informal? Because people were living, during COVID, people started to do those, in quotes to me, informal, and people survive, and people are actually surviving, and it is a robust economy if you go across the continent. But yet, who is calling it informal? Thanks.
Thank you. Another question there.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone. Thank you so much, Ms. Lesina, for your presentation. It was very insightful and informative. However, I think my question is mostly based on the novelty of your study. I've actually written down my question. I'm Nogutaba from University of Mpumalanga, by the way. You mentioned that you integrated framework on your study. I believe you've addressed, or rather you've noted a limitation of each framework, hence you integrated them. So I wanted to understand how did the integration of these framework contributed, or rather influence your findings? Because from your presentation, I think I only saw one theory that speaks to your finding. How did your integration of this finding contributed to influencing your findings? Is there any theoretical novelty that resulted from your findings? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take the last question, and then I will ask our presenter to come forward and respond. Dr. Razunan.
Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. I just somehow on your findings, when you put the diagram of saturated on the other street, offside, and also inside, you didn't indicate there was no interpretation on the diagram. I just saw the green colors. And then I don't know whether the green colors indicate saturated or not. From the diagram that indicates the street, I think a clear interpretation is required.
Thank you. Our presenter, you can come forward and... Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc, for that. We also noted that actually there's need for decolonizing how we define some of these things. We saw that as we're collecting that to say, okay, we are saying this is informal, but this is our everyday experience. How can this be informal? Because as you know, Bulawayo, because of our economic decline or deindustrialization that took place, so much or the greater part of the economy is more informal rather than formal. So thank you so much for noting that. And then when it comes to integrating the theories, like I said, initially we had said we're going to use Lefebvre, production of space. But as we were getting our data, we realized that no, there's gender dynamics that are coming from production of that space. And also there's resilience that needs to be taken into consideration. So we ended up saying, okay, let's integrate these three and come up with a framework to analyze, okay, what are gender dynamics that shape these informal markets? And also, what are some of the resilience adaptation strategies that are being employed by these informal traders or informal markets? And then the last question on the maps. Okay, there was, maybe because I was rushing because of time, if you go back to the maps, there's a key to say from the green going to the yellow to, so they start from being spatial to dense. So I forgot maybe to mention or to elaborate on what the key means. So they start from being sparse to being dense. Thank you.
Thank you to our presenter and from the questions down there. Now, without even wasting time, I will call Nomfundo from Central University of Technology. She's looking at the innovative financial inclusion frameworks for SMMEs in the Global South, an integrated comprehensive approach to gender and social inclusion. Nomfundo.
Morning, colleagues. It's a call to decolonize the stage. Colleagues, as I am being introduced, I am Miss Nomfundo Koza. I am based in Bloemfontein at the Central University of Technology. So we are looking at, so this is a joint work with my colleague, Sive Mbangiswano. So we are looking at innovative financial inclusion frameworks for SMMEs in the Global South. So this is an integrated and comprehensive approach to gender and social inclusion. So now, I think, colleagues, I need to remain like this, like I'm preaching, because if I move, my head is going to hit in the roof. So, colleagues, this presentation, we are trying to examine how financial innovation can support the inclusion of women-led SMMEs enterprise, especially in the Global South. So global south mean developing countries. So we are also addressing the persistence of gender and social inequalities within these financial systems. So the presentation roadmap, we are going to look at the research motivations, theory, methodology, and then we are going to check those themes and going to the last bullet, which are going to be the implications. So now, right to the research motivation and the problem framework. Colleagues, we all know that SMMEs, or small business, they are playing a crucial role in the development of the economy. They contribute significantly in job creation, which then helps reduce poverty, and it elevates the growth of local economies. However, many of these enterprises, they operate in the intersection of formal and informal economies. I know Prof has asked a question about that. What do we mean by formal and informal systems? So in our paper, when we informal, meaning we are referring to systems that are in resource constraints. We are referring to the systems of the marginalized, the underprivileged. And then when we are saying formal, we are now looking at the privileged systems. So these ones, they are operating in the intersection of the two, formal and informal, which then limits their access to fully access these financial services. So this is where we have identified the gap. So women-led SMMEs, we found that in literature they are experiencing different structural barriers, such as unequal ownership of assets. We have legal and institutional constraints, and restrictive social norms. So as a result, the gendered financial exclusion is remain a persistent challenge that many developing economies they face, especially the women-led SMMEs. So we found that women-led SMMEs, they are overlooked when it's come to the inclusion of financial innovation strategies that are developed or that are already put in place. And then we are highlighting the most important tension in the financial inclusion landscape. We are looking at, we have found that in literature there are innovation systems that are already in place, such as the financial technologies. Some of you will know it as fintechs. That has those ones, they've significantly expanded potential for financial access. They've introduced innovations such as your mobile money, your digital payment platforms, and also the data-driven credit score. And we found that these have already created opportunities for individual and also individual SMMEs to participate in the financial system. And then also in theory, these technologies, we found that they were introduced to reduce traditional barriers such as the distance from the banks, and also they are assisting where there's lack of physical infrastructure. However, what we have then found is that the actual adoption and the benefits of these technologies, they remain uneven. So many entrepreneurs, particularly in the global south, in the developing economies, they still face the digital divide. They still face challenges such as limited digital skills to utilize this system that's already put in place. And there are also some institutional barriers that restrict their ability to utilize the whole thing of financial innovation. So this is now leads to the gap that we have identified. So we are saying, while the financial innovation is expanding rapidly in terms of gender and social inclusion, but the aspect that are actually referring to the female-led enterprises, they are still overlooked. We found that they are still overlooked in literature. So moving to the next one, research motivation and problem framing. Okay, so the existing research on financial innovation or financial innovation inclusion on SMMEs, we found that it is fragmented in literature, and then the literature is spreading across different fields. That includes what we have touched on, which is fintechs, and then development research, and also the gender studies. But then we found that these concepts, they are independently operating, or they are independently being discussed. So that is when now we found the limitation. There is no intersectional theorization in literature about how these concepts are shaping the experience of women entrepreneurs, and how these together then assist the inclusive perspective of women entrepreneurship, especially in the in the global south. And then our research is then saying our research is looking at the bibliometric analysis and systematic analysis together, checking the period of 2010 and 2025 to check we are checking the period of 2010 to 2025, analyzing the systematical map, interpreting, also integrating existing research that are talking about this innovation, financial inclusion in women-led SMMEs, especially in resource constraints environment and marginalized or underprivileged SMMEs. Moving to the next slide, we have identified two main theories for our research. The first one that we have identified is gender and development approach. So this one is focusing on economics and institutional structures. From this view, so this one is focusing on is checking if there's an exclusion of female entrepreneurship in the global south. This theory found that it's also criticizing the gender-blind fintech models that are developed, and they are of exclusive of gender, and especially the female-led entrepreneurship. So many financial technologies, they are designed without consider. We found that many of these models, they are designed without considering the gender differences, which then can lead to unintentionally reproduce the inequality through the biased data, and also they are producing assumption of how the financial services are used. So the second theory, we found financial innovation diffusion and inclusive finances. So this one is explaining how innovation spread across users and across institutional. However, this theory is often looking at the gender, because they're looking at how gender access information and the digitalization. So these perspectives, it's highlighting the need to integrate the frameworks that combine the technology innovation with gender and social inclusion objectives in the space of resource constraints SMMEs. And then we have, next slide, then we have, I don't have the time. And then we have the proposed the framework. So we have, the first aspect that we had was financial innovation processes, but then we found that alone cannot operate alone. So that is why we found two intermediate variables there, which are structural gender relations and community and social mediations that are going to work together to assist these SMMEs. And then after that, we then realized that we need a foundational layer of institutions and regulations environments in terms of we need to restructure the policies and regulations. We need to restructure how financial governments, the application and the access to that have been put in place instead of, in terms of including the gender and the socials. And then if that is then initiated, we then going to have the inclusive outcomes for women-led entrepreneurship, like such as having enough financial access, and also we having entrepreneurs or enterprises that are having resilience. Moving right along, we have adopted bibliometric analysis and systematic literature review, combining quantitative mapping and qualitative synthesis. So for our data source and search strategy, we have used databases such as Scopus, Web of Science, Dimensions, and the Google Scholar. The reason why we used different databases was that we wanted to get more literature from different sources. Then the period was 2010 to 2025. Next. So we have followed a Prisma analysis for systematic literature review. So the diagram is explaining how the Boolean operators were used when conducting a database, and how we have followed the steps in terms of see how did we then get to the visualization of our diagram. So this one we have used the bibliometric analysis from our Studio software to analyze and come up with this analysis. So this was just to get the publication trends from different sources, how the journals, which journals were the most to publish in this topic, which were the most influential authors in the field that we're looking for, and also the geographic and institutional distribution. Next slide. And then also we then use the VOS viewer software to analyze the networks diagram that we got in terms of coming with correct themes for our findings. Next. And then the keyword co-occurrences that we find from the VOS viewer, it's the one that assisted us to come up with the themes that we then discussed in our findings. Thank you, colleagues, for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Nomfundo. I will call upon one or two questions from the floor. Any questions?
Thank you, Nomfundo, for your presentation. I have one question for you. You did mention digital literacy as a barrier to accessing financial services. I was just wondering, what were the specific institutional barriers for women? You mentioned institutional barriers to accessing financial services. I'd just like to know if you could elaborate on that. What were the specific institutional barriers that they experienced, and what were the recommendations toward more gender-inclusive institutional practices? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. I think what we have found in literature, where the institutions that were designed, especially by the government, I wouldn't say exactly which one were they, but we found that these are institutional barriers. They were not mentioned. So we only did the analysis. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Nomfundo, for a wonderful presentation, even though somehow I was a bit confused. I just wanted to understand, I feel like maybe the only confusion comes because of the study gap, because you studied from 2010 to 2025. And recently, I was fortunate to attend G20 Women in Power. And one of the concepts that we were focusing on, it was We Finance Code, looking at women-led SME financial inclusion. They have already started the We Finance Code, whereby they are incorporating it with financial entities around South Africa. I don't know if those were some of the concepts that you could have looked at, especially when I'm looking at your study gap, because you say 2010 to 2025. I somehow feel like the gap make it more, that's why we didn't get into the data that you have found. I just wanted to find out if you are aware about the We Finance Code, because it was all over at the G20, and the president has already put it that we should start with it in South Africa.
Yes, within South Africa, we were aware, but now our focus is to dig deeper in the global south. There are some areas where these are not yet introduced. Hence, you could see we are not focusing only in the South African context.
Thank you, Nomfundo.
Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. We'll move to Siviwe from Central University of Technology, unlocking female agripreneurial potential through innovative public-private partnerships in South Africa. Siviwe, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Should I start now? All right. My name is Sive Mbangiswano, humbly from the Eastern Cape, the rural areas. So please, this is a build-up of a paper. Please, I welcome all contributions to this paper, and we are so fortunate to be here together. So this presentation is titled Unlocking Female Agripreneurial Potential Through Innovative Public-Private Partnerships. So this work focuses on the important question, which is, if women are already active in agriculture, and then why do they remain excluded from the high value potential in agribusiness? For example, this paper argues that the issue is not a lack of entrepreneurial ability, but more of a systematic structural, structure. So we explore more intentional gender transformative public-private partnerships. So this paper actually stems from the time that I was in the Eastern Cape and doing my experiential learning, right? So I was based on a farm, and then on the farm there was, we were led by a female farm manager. However, whenever we would go to places with co-ops and things, and where we are gathering with other farmers, local farmers in the Eastern Cape, the female farmers' voices were not heard. So something like, for instance, a female farmer would say, listen here, I think that we need to start acquiring our fertilizers in time, and then the co-op would not really listen to that until John raises a hand and say, hi, I think we should now get our fertilizers, and then all of a sudden it's something that is seen as, oh no, John has just come up with something that is very innovative. However, someone has just said the same thing, but they're not necessarily taken seriously in that space. So at the heart of this paper, it's very simple, that the constraint is structural and not really entrepreneurial. So women in agribusiness are often excluded from barriers linked to land ownership, asset access, finance, training, technology, markets, and most importantly, decision making. There isn't enough females in the room to help with the decision making. So instead of asking why women are not participating enough, we should be asking how the system has been designed in ways that prevents their participation. So the land ownership figures alone shown, can we go to the next slide? The land figures alone shown illustrate illustrate the depth of inequality. And when women have such limited control over productive assets, their ability to scale and secure finance and to enter formal markets and value chain is already constrained, right, before they even begin. So the current reality is that many partnerships and programs that are currently offered in the market present a very gender neutral. But in practice, gender neutral models often favor those who already have assets, who already are able to scale, who already have the networks and institutional visibility, which means they are privileged incumbents of such programs. So the design of such programs are very important, to a point that we need to even verify the public-private partnerships that are designed to assist these agripreneurs, that they also need to be redesigned in a way that they are gender-focused. So this paper brings the GTPPP, which is a 6M framework. So the framework is presented as both a design tool and an evaluation tool for gender transformative partnerships. It helps policymakers, anchors, universities, funders, and other partners to think systematically about what must be built into partnerships if they are talking about serious inclusion. So the framework is practical and implementable. But the paper is also honest that it still needs more empirical validation in order for us to see whether or not it's going to be successful. So how the framework creates change is that it doesn't assume that technical fixes alone are necessary, but it recognizes that there's a structural and social conditions that shape whether partnership interventions can succeed. So we look at the mandates. The mandates increased participation of women-owned firms, and then money improves investment capacity. Mentors strengthen the absorptive capacity, as well as it helps build the confidence of women who are in these spaces. The markets reduces revenue volatility, and then machinery improves productivity, compliances, and it also helps to access to premium channels. For example, us entering markets such as the EU markets and the broader markets in the agricultural value chain. And the matrix create accountability, allowing partnerships to adapt and improve over time. All right. So the strength of this framework is that it aligns strongly with both continental and national policy agendas. For example, we speak of the Agenda 2063, especially around women empowerment and inclusive industrial agricultural productivity, and as well as SMEs competitiveness. So this also aligns with South Africa's national development goals of 2030, where women's economic participation is central to inclusive growth and transformation. So the research approach that was used here is evidence-based and structural literature review using systematic literature review Prisma style selection flow of articles. So what the paper adds to theory. So what the paper adds, the paper makes three main theoretical contributions. First, it integrates the perspective from agenda economics, institutional theory, and network innovation. Second, it turns the 6M approach into a usable toolkit. So linking inputs, mechanisms, and moderators and outcomes. Right. So second, thirdly, it reframes how the PPP success should be understood. Instead of evaluating success only in terms of delivery efficiency, the paper argues that the success should also include inclusive partnerships, government party capability upgrading, and also norm change. A key nuance in this PPP governance is not neutral. It's designed by choice. So this is where the paper becomes especially practical. It proposes that concrete design innovations such as contract unbundling, gender-responsive bid scoring, as well as embedded technical assistance. It also highlights that governance mechanisms like parity on boards, accessible grievance systems, as well as third-party KPI verification. On the finance side, it also points to blended finance guarantees, reserve factoring, and outcome-based payments. And importantly, it identifies ecosystem roles, government as a rule setter, anchor firms as market makers, universities and DFIs as capability and capital partners. So the contribution is not just conceptual, it can be operational. So the bottom line, to conclude, the paper makes three central points. First, the design matters, procurement, finance, infrastructure, and governance rules determine who can participate. Second, the 6M framework offers a practical blueprint for moving from policy aspiration to implementation. Third, success should not be measured only by efficiency, but by women's participation, productivity, quality compliance, decent work, and long-term norm changes over time. Ultimately, purpose-built public-private partnerships can help turn inclusive into a functional system rather than a rhetorical goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Sive. I think so far you are the best in terms of time. Lunch is coming. So, colleagues, I will take one or two questions down there. We have one this side. Yeah, we have three questions. Okay, let's start this side. You can start.
Thank you, Sive, for the very informative presentation. I just want to go back to your framework. I really liked it. I'm thinking of borrowing it myself for my next study. I think you said it's the GTPPP. I was just wondering if this framework can be applied like beyond South Africa, maybe other African countries as well. Thank you.
Should I answer or wait for the other questions?
You can wait, or you answer one by one.
Okay, I can start here. Okay. Yes, I think definitely we can look into where this framework can be applied to not just South Africa. However, at the moment, the study itself is grounded in South Africa and the African policy agendas. So I think it could be used to complement other studies as well, like what you suggested, that maybe in your next paper you will definitely look into that framework. Thank you so much.
Hello. Building up on the framework as well, I was also fascinated by it. It was the first time encountering the framework. I wanted to ask, in terms of theories, which theories perhaps support the use of this framework?
Okay. At the moment, it's 3 theories that we mention in the paper, which is the gender economics, the institutional theory, as well as a network innovation perspective. So together these help to explain how formal rules or access to markets and so on. But I'm very welcome to invite you guys to add on to what other theories would you suggest for this, because we are building onto something together.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask about land ownership or occupation for women or female, if I may say that. Did you take into account the traditional laws or authorities as a barrier to land ownership, especially for women? And how can the women navigate that? Because are there any recommendations that you can make, or is your paper going to address that as well? Because if you look at the rural areas more especially, land ownership for women when it comes to farming, it's very difficult, and it's concentrated in the hands of the traditional leaders who are very, I don't want to say backward, but it's that thing of like, if you are a lady, you can't farm or you can't own a land for such. There was a podcast that came out from a research paper, Hustling the African Dream. And there was one lady there from Limpopo, like he knew so much about farming and agriculture, but she couldn't get the land because she's a lady. So she had to spin it and say, the land is for my son. That's how she could get the land. So I feel like that's a huge barrier, especially for women to navigate the agricultural system. So are there any recommendations, and how can we navigate that as ladies?
Yes. I think in the gender transformative PPP, that's something that we speak about, that it's very important that when we're coming up with these new policies, or when we're coming up with projects, like let's say public partnerships, we are not closed-minded to the fact that there are people who are in these positions where they are not able to access land, or they have to put their land into someone else's name just for them to be able to farm on it or to work on it. So that's one of the reasons why we are suggesting in this paper that a public-private partnership should not be closed-minded to such arrangements, and should be open-minded to say that all women should be because we found, it was actually in one of the studies, we found in the Eastern Cape that some of the people were excluded in some projects because of such issues. So now when we are going to build projects and we do not include these societal problems, we are just increasing the problems. We're not solving anything. So that's one of the things we touch on this paper. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Let's take the last one.
All right, so thank you very much for the presentation.
We're rushing for lunch.
I heard you mention Prisma. Prisma in your presentation. So that is the preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis.
Yes.
So it means that you dwell on some articles and you excluded some articles as well. And it helps us to document and also know the search strategies and the biases. I would like to know the basis behind the articles that you dwelt on or you selected and the ones that you rejected during this process. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just touch on it briefly. the keywords that we used were gender transformative. We used keywords such as female agripreneurship, just together all the articles we then used within this article. But I will definitely talk to you during lunchtime, and then we will touch on to the framework together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sive. I will call upon Seltin Kele from the University of Free State, Bridging the Gender Digital Divide, a conceptual framework for women's digital inclusion and SMME performance in South Africa. Makele, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Kauten, and I am from the University of the Free State. And as a business management student, I'm really fascinated when I look at how digital technology is actually opening a lot of economic opportunities. But then now when we look at women that are currently in developing economies such as South Africa, we see them struggling to get access to these technologies. So this is exactly what I will be exploring, how we can then bridge this gender digital divide by actually understanding what enables these women-owned SMMEs to adopt to advanced technologies. So before I go further, I would love to go through the reality. Can you just go to the next slide? So the reality is that SMEs are very beneficial to our economy in South Africa. They contribute to over 50% of employment. And now when we take it closer to home, when we look at women-owned enterprises, them alone constitute to 58% of self-employment. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the problem. We see that most of women-owned SMEs, most of them are just providing self-employment to these women. They are not growing to be bigger enough so that they can, sustain on their own. So this then makes it very easy for this gender digital divide to continue to widen because these businesses are not growing. And we see that most women-owned SMEs are actually facing a lot of structural constraints. We have limited access to resources, we have limited networks, and also a lack of digital literacy. So this is why we're then talking about the digital, literacy and also advanced technology, how it can then change that for women in business. So the problem that I'm trying to solve is that most women-owned SMEs, they are relying on basic technologies to run their businesses, instead of them leaning towards the advanced technology. So I know you might be asking yourself, what exactly is the difference? So with basic technology, we are looking at the primary functions of communication, of marketing, and simple administratives. So this is whereby they're making use of social media, they have websites, email communication, and there's basic computer use and internet browsing. So this is just supporting the visibility and communication for the business. Right? So that is the problem that we are having. But then now, if they are to adopt to advanced technology, their businesses, the functionality now changes of advanced technology. We then have process optimization, integration, and strategic decisions. So with advanced technology, not only limited to this, we have a lot of them, but here we have cloud-based systems, we have data analytics, we have automation software, we have digital financial platforms, and we also have AI and blockchain that our doctor they just spoke about in the morning. So this then, this advanced technology would then make it very easier for businesses to be automatic, right, compared to the way it is currently. So that is the first problem that I'm trying to address. And secondly, we see that the current literature that is present, it overemphasizes on access and it ignores digital literacy. It just says that when you give a woman a laptop, that's it, right, but without actually telling us how exactly will she be able to, to use this laptop that she's given. That's problem number 2. Then secondly, we're also looking at this low adoption to advanced technology. It then limits the competitiveness of the business. We're currently living in a digital world where local businesses are not only competing locally, but now their clients are even globally. Like right now, if I want to purchase something from China, it's now an easier process than the way it was. So it then means that as business owners as well, they should be adopting to technologies that would then allow their businesses to grow as the world is changing. Then now moving on to the research objectives. So firstly, I'm aiming to review digitalization literature among women-owned SMEs. So this is just to try and understand what is currently going on with SMEs. Then secondly, develop an integrated framework for advanced technology. So in this is where I'll be integrating 2 theories, the technology acceptance model, which I'll be referring to as the term, as well as the actor network theory. So we're just going to be looking at how perceptions can then influence the behavior of an entrepreneur to adopt technology, and also examine how digital literacy as well as ICT infrastructure can also lead to the adoption of technology. And lastly, propose a testable, empirically grounded model after the study. So to my favorite part, the theoretical framework. So as I mentioned, I'm incorporating 2 theories. We have the technology acceptance model. So with the technology acceptance model, it was developed by Fred Davis in 1989. And it just asks one important question: why do people adopt to technology? And to that question, we have 2 responses. Firstly, they adopt to technology when they perceive the usefulness. This means that as a business owner, if you adopting to technology is going to improve your financial standing, you are more likely to adopt to that technology, firstly. Secondly, if it makes your work easy, you are also more likely to adopt to technology. So because of that, we then have 2 constructs of this technology, which is perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. But then with this method, it ignores context. It's just looking at the perceptions, which means it's just looking at the psychology of entrepreneurs. So to cover this gap, I then integrated with the actor network theory. So with the actor network theory, it's then now looking at infrastructure, at institutions, at networks. Generally, it's looking at your surroundings. What else can then, prompt you to adopt to technology? So with the actor network theory, it has 2 constructs: non-human actor and human actor. So in this case, the human actor are the women entrepreneurs themselves, tools, networks, and so many, providing the circumstance under which technology is then adopted by women-owned SMEs. So now moving on to methodology. So this, for this paper, I used a systematic review design, which was guided by the Prisma. And for the database, I made use of Scopus, Web of Science, Google Scholar, ProQuest, and so many other. And also, for my key search terms, I used search terms such as digital literacy skills, advanced technology, and many other that you see there. And for my search period, it was from 2016 up to 2026, so that was a period of 10 years. And for the process, I first started with 365, and it went down to 280 after duplicates were removed, and it also went down to 160. And for the full text assessed, I then went down to 100. And the final study, I made use of 85 peer-reviewed articles. So for the inclusion criteria, I was generally just looking at articles that were written in English and articles that were relevant to women-owned SMEs specifically, and also articles that spoke about technology adoption. So this was what I did. But then what I didn't do, ladies and gentlemen, I just didn't do a meta-analysis where I looked at the statistics, but I focused mainly on the theoretical consolidation of the information that I had. So this then means that I was looking at the patterns in literature, I was looking at convergence, and I was also looking at the gap, so that at the end of the day, I would then be able to build something new and not just put together numbers and percentages. So now then, moving on to my findings. So for this study, I had 6 constructs, and the first one being digital literacy. So we then found out that digital literacy is very much necessary, but it is insufficient for the adoption of technology. So it does predict the adoption behavior of entrepreneurs. However, literacy alone cannot guarantee the technology use. Remember, there's a lot of factors that we need to factor into consideration. Then the second finding was looking at the basic versus advanced technology. So here, that's where we found a very clear structural adoption divide. So here we saw that over 70% women entrepreneurs are currently making use of basic technology, which means almost 70+% of our South African women entrepreneurs are still in the entry level of digitalization. And then when we looked at advanced technology, less than 40% of businesses were making use of advanced technology. This then means that all those platforms with all the advantages that they bring to businesses, they remain underutilized since they are mainly focusing on basic technology. So this then limits the strategic growth and also the performance. Remember, I spoke about how businesses are not only competing locally, but also internationally due to how markets are now open because of digitalization. And another key finding also, it looked at the 2 constructs under term, which was perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. So here, we then found out that perceived usefulness dominated. So this then means that for a woman entrepreneur to adopt to technology, they wanted to see that it was going to influence their financial standing in business. They were not only just adopting just because it makes the work easier. So even if the technology was making their work very easy, assuming that they were doing something for 2 hours, but with the new technology, they're now able to do it for 30 minutes, they wouldn't adopt to that technology. They would then just look at the financial implication that the advanced technology now then brings to their business, right? Then we also found out that adoption is performance-driven, as I just mentioned, and not just convenience-driven. And moving on to the 4th finding. So here we looked at ICT infrastructure as a conditioning factor. So here we found out that ICT infrastructure is very, very important, because even if women entrepreneurs know how to use the technology, even if they have the digital literacy, but if there is no infrastructure, it then means that the digital literacy is then weakened, because you might know how to use a laptop, but if it's not there, you're not going to use it. You might know that, okay, this technology exists, but then if you don't have access to it, then there's no way you're going to be implementing it into your business. And we also looked at how infrastructure is more than just background support, but a very critical factor when it comes to the adoption of advanced technology. Then please move on. Then for presentation's sake, this is my conceptual framework. I just tried to simplify it and remove the hypothesis and everything. So here we have digital literacy, ICT infrastructure, perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use. So all of these factors are influencing the adoption of advanced technology, and the advanced technology will then influence the financial performance. So from these findings, ladies and gentlemen, we then see that digital literacy alone is not enough. We then need supportive perceptions. What does this mean? If women are trained to use technology, there should also be concrete evidence that shows the results that this technology has to offer to a business. That will be the driving factor for adoption. And also there should be reliable infrastructure. So it then means that for policy to be there, it should be able to address these 3 factors simultaneously. So it then means that if you provide the literacy without the infrastructure, it's pointless. If you provide this both without letting them know about the importance that it brings to the business, without the figures being there to show that, okay, it indeed works, then the women entrepreneurs are more likely to not even adopt to that technology. And we also here to ensure technology investments, there should be, as I previously said, there should be sustainable financial outcomes so that entrepreneurs are actually motivated to adopt to technology. And in conclusion, this review actually demonstrated that advanced technology is a mediating and conditional process rather than a direct and automatic driver of business financial performance. I'm sure, as you saw, that all of this are leading to an improvement in the adoption of technology, and from there we hope that the performance financially of a business will then increase. So it doesn't necessarily mean that when you adopt to technology, immediately the finance of the business will go up. It is a mediating factor, right? Then we also looked at how the study establishes a context, a specific empirical agenda to then test this integrated relationship within the sample of the South African women-owned SMEs. So I'm currently doing my master's, ladies and gentlemen, and this framework actually establishes the foundation for that study that I will then quantitatively test. I will then test all the mediated and the moderated pathways that I identified. So this is work in progress, hence the literature review of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our presenter. Any questions from the floor? Can we have 3 questions? We have a question that side, a question or a comment, it's okay. And then this side too, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cele. That is a wonderful and interesting study. Just a small question. I like that you explained, let me just say, the elementary technology, then you spoke on advanced. And I like that you say advanced technology, one of the benefits, it will improve, that means the financial performance. Can you integrate possible a little part on how it will impact policy? That's what maybe that's not a question, it's just a point. Yeah, how is it going to impact if you use that one? Because remember, this technology also, it must be policy orientated, you know. So how will it, like in your study, is it going to make policy better when you use the advanced? Is in the context of your study? Thank you.
If I heard you correctly, I think, yes, advanced technology will indeed make the policy to be better. So in this case, this is where now the policies, before being implemented, they'll then put into consideration some of those things that I just spoke about, making sure that they're not just dealing with one side of the problem, but rather dealing with the problem as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carlton, for your presentation. I think the issue of women exclusion is definitely an issue, especially in Global South. I do concur with Dr. in terms of policies, because I feel like maybe the question should be, are the policies gender inclusive, or the policies are gender inclusive, but the problem is honestly on the implementation, especially in marginalized areas. But my question to you is to understand what is actually the problem. Is the problem the limitation, or rather is the problem the limited access of women in capacity initiatives or building in terms of technology, or the problem is the completely exclusion of women in digital inclusion? Thank you.
Oh, okay. So I would say the problem, in this case, I would say it's two-sided. There's that exclusion, and also there's that lack of, what could I say? The women are actually not acting. Remember I said most of those women are focusing on basic technology, and according to them, they feel like it is dealing with all their business needs. So the problem is two-sided. Firstly, having that need to have women have the information that, okay, there's this, and they can maybe have workshops on knowing the importance of advanced technology. Because for most of these businesses, they don't even know that it exists, right? They're just running the business the way they've been running maybe 10 years ago, right? So that's the first problem. So it's both-sided. The women themselves not taking the initiative to adopt to this technology, which is also now influenced by them not even knowing that it does exist or that it will be beneficial to their business. Yes.
Thank you. The last question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question centers around the willingness. I recognize you speak about access and you also speak about literacy. How many have you looked into the willingness of the women through the studies that you're looking at, if they are willing to actually adopt these technologies? And then also the second one, I was a bit lost in terms of demographics. The ladies you're talking about, who are they, the women in particular? Are they formally educated? What type of businesses are they running? Because I would assume a woman who's running a business that is a Fortune 500 business, they are using technology to a very high advanced level. So yeah, I'm a bit lost there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. Remember, when you look at this, we are looking at the majority. When I gave my results, I said less than 40% are using advanced technology, which means that there are some businesses that are using this, but then a lesser percentage of it. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I will call upon our next presenter, Mr. Gift Nechirenjeni from the University of Venda, upscaling emerging young farmers, operational competencies, contributing to sustainability of incubated agribusiness enterprises. Over to you.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon, all distinguished delegates and fellow researchers. My name is Gift Nechirenjeni, and I conducted this study in partnership with my supervisor, Dr. Mpochikororo, and a fellow researcher, Ms. Gadisi Mikowe. So we looked into the upskilling of emerging young farmers, operational competencies contributing to the sustainability of their incubated agribusinesses. And moving on to our introduction, as we know, agriculture is the backbone of a lot of economies. This is globally. This is looking at its contribution to job creation, its contribution to food security, the improvement of livelihoods and revitalization of rural areas. And we have found that there's a lot of young farmers who have been incubated. By that we mean these are farmers that have received support. This could be either through access to land, access to financial resources, or access to farming resources. However, we do find that usually post-incubation, a lot of these agribusinesses are not sustainable. They usually close down. So now this is why we found that there's a need to look at their operational competencies. And moving on to the next slides, we conducted this study in Thulamela local municipality. This is in Limpopo here in South Africa. And we made use of simple random sampling technique to select 146 young farmers. And we used a structured questionnaire to collect data. And we made use of descriptive statistics to analyze the socioeconomic characteristics. And we used binary logistic regression model to investigate the operational competencies. Moving along to our results of the socioeconomic indicators. Within our study, the dominant group were farmers that were aged 30 to 35 years, and the male dominated the study group at 71.2%. And with regards to the educational levels, we had very little, or rather the minimum number of participants that went to university, which amounted to 19.2%. And moving along to the results of our binary logistic regression, we had multiple operational competencies that we analyzed, And amongst those, only 7 were significant. And those 7 are the ones with stars, and the stars represent the level of significance. And amongst the 7, only 2 were positively significant. That is budgeting as well as production practices. And the other 5 were negatively significant, or they were regressive. That is task coordination, performance monitoring and evaluation, stakeholder engagement, cash flow management, as well as the type of employees that our young farmers employ. And moving along to discuss the inferential analysis, this is where we go deeper into the table that I just previously projected. We found that those farmers who have good budgeting skills, this is to say that the farmers that are able to draft a proficient budget plan, they are able, or rather they have the knowledge of the resources that they have access to, or resources that are available to them. They have the know-how of how to efficiently apply these resources in their operations, and they also know where to source such resources. And with farmers who have good production practices, we find that these farmers are able to plan their operations effectively. They are able to identify opportunities. They are able to minimize risks or avoid risks and minimize the cost of production. And at the end, this actually contributes positively to the sustainability of their farming enterprises. And on the other hand, we found that those farmers that lack in daily task planning, we find that they fail in terms of planning efficiently, because you find that a farmer only plans on a daily basis. However, they have no weekly plan, they have no monthly plan. That is to say that this farmer cannot sort of see ahead or anticipate their production. They cannot anticipate their sales. That limits their investments, that limits their productivity, and it also limits their growth, hence their sustainability. And those farmers with poor performance monitoring and evaluation skills, we are referring to those farmers that do not have any standards. You find that a farmer is just farming. They just decide, today I'm going to plant 100 cabbages. They plant, they produce, they sell. The next time they're like, I have a little more money, I'm going to plant 150. But then they don't have standards to say that after planting 100, how much did I lose? How much did I gain? Can I upscale? Can I not upscale? Right? So they don't have the information of how they can ensure the sustainability of their agricultural businesses. And we also found that our young farmers do not have strong relations with their stakeholders. And this may be because they just entered into the farming industry and they have little experience. And we find that there is a lack of trust between them and their stakeholders. By stakeholders, we are referring to their suppliers, we are referring to the government support, we are referring to the consumers as well as maintenance services. Moving along, we also found that a lot of our young farmers lack in the skill of cash flow management. And this was because some of these farmers do not even have business accounts, right? And we also find that some of these farmers, because of that, they usually mix, or rather they don't separate their business finances with their personal finances, which obviously is going to negatively impact the sustainability of their projects, because now you're going to use the business money for your own personal use because you have personal needs. You can't separate the two, right? And moving along to the conclusion, we can conclude, or rather we can safely conclude that there's a necessity to upskill the operational competencies of our farmers. A young farmer has to know what a budget plan is. They have to know how to budget for their operations, because they are the ones that know what happens on the ground more than even, for example, a financial advisor, right? So we need to impact such skills to our young farmers. We need to better their production practices. We need to ensure that they receive financial education so they can manage their cash flow effectively. And moving along to the implications and recommendations, our study findings imply that young farmers need to upskill their budgeting and cash flow management skills. And we actually recommend that in these incubation programs, there is a need to add, or rather to incorporate, financial education into the programs. It shouldn't only be about giving farmers access to land. It shouldn't be only about giving farmers access to money or giving access to resources. But then they also need to be taught as to how do they actually manage the finances that they are receiving, right? And with that training, then they will be able to draft a budget, they will be able to manage their cash flows. It will also actually contribute to the compliance of their operational businesses. And our study findings also imply that young farmers need to be well versed in developing networking competencies. This is to say that young farmers need to build strong and maintain those strong bonds with their stakeholders. So young farmers need to be upskilled in communication skills, in engagement skills, so that there can be a strong trust between the farmers and the stakeholders. Right? This will also improve their investment power. And lastly, young farmers need to upskill their monitoring and evaluation competencies. This is to say that when I am farming, I need to plan my things effectively. I need to have set standards, as I was saying. I need to be able to analyze my production, to say, this is where I started, this is where I said I want to get to. If I don't get to that point, I need to be able to go back to my operations and check as to where did I go wrong? How can I fix this? How can I maximize my production? How can I maximize my profit? This, by doing so, it will definitely ensure the sustainability of my agribusiness, and it will definitely enable me to grow and expand my farming business. And moving along, I have my references. And lastly, I will say, with no fear of contradiction, that investing in the skills and capabilities of our young farmers, we are definitely ensuring a strong, resilient, and sustainable agricultural sector in the future. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Gift, for the wonderful presentation. I will call upon 3 questions from the floor. 1, 2. We are about to ban you two. I'm joking. We have 1, 2, and 3, 4. Yeah, we still have time. So let's start there. Macho.
Thank you for the presentation, Gift. The last slide was quite funny because we were about to have lunch. So we thank the farmers. I wanted to find out from the study that you have done, it's quite important, I realize, the planning that has to go into the budgeting and finances. And I think it would help our young farmers in building generational wealth. I wanted to find out what was the willingness from the young farmers, because as youngsters we can be set in our ways. So did you check anything around their willingness to adopt the budget farm book?
Oh, sorry. So yes, we found that there is a willingness, because we actually explained to them as to how does a budget help them in their operations. So they were very willing, and they were actually asking for us to draft it on the spot. But yeah, it has to be in training. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your study. I enjoyed it so much that I even clapped before you finished. It's one of those nice ones for me. So I am an agriculture student, and I'm trained in agribusiness as well. So it's a very interesting study, because I see that the state has overemphasized the access of land to people. But we have the land in so many instances, but the youth is not making use of it. So I wanted just to congratulate you on that aspect, but also ask on what the young man there was saying, that the willingness of the students. How willing are they to really do the hard work? Because it's easy to say we have the land, I'm on a farm, but there's this notion around youth being too I don't know how to put it in words, but there's this notion going around where youth don't necessarily want to suffer and struggle and go through the processes of growth to really become successful. It's difficult to be in the sun the whole day, but you can support that with good agricultural management practices that can make sure that you actually run a successful business. So from a cultural perspective and willingness and socially, how are these people, how are your respondents looking at agriculture, and are they truly willing to suffer the cost to become successful? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a brilliant question, and it's very personal and dear to me. So I actually conducted this study because I also want to be a farmer, and since I've seen a lot of discontinuity, I don't want to be a victim. So I want to know what is happening before I actually go into the industry. So to answer the question, they are willing. And we can say that our farmers actually know how to farm, like they know how to produce. But then it's a matter of the operation of the business, the management of the business, because they have the farming skills. But then you have to be able to manage a business, right? So they need the business management skills, or rather they need to build on what they have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I also enjoyed it very much. Is it me or someone else? Oh, okay. I wanted to ask if you looked at the correlation between education levels and also the sustainability part of the business, like budgeting and other operational matters, or it wasn't a factor for you guys when you're doing the study. Also, the relationship between the funders or the stakeholders and the young farmers itself, or is it a thing of like they were just given land and given the resources and left at that, or was the training continuous? Was there any monitoring and evaluation from the funders or the stakeholders themselves to ensure that the young farmers succeed? Because I think that's a very big factor in making sure that they succeed. So yeah, I just wanted to ask those two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindy. That's a good question as well. To answer the first question, we actually did see that, as we said, that those farmers that had good budgeting and production practices, it contributed significantly, or it was a positive contribution to the sustainability of their farming businesses, right? So yes, there was a correlation. And with the second question, it's a bit political. I hope it won't get me into any trouble, but the farmers were actually saying that they are given resources, they are given access to land, they are given, some of you may know that most farmers nowadays, because of what happened before, which I won't say, they are given grants, perhaps a card or a voucher actually, that they can go to NTK and buy whatever they need. Some is 50,000, some is 100K. And we find that these farmers can go there.
Your presentation, I think pretty much all the people who ask questions have really asked my question, especially Umis, when I wanted to understand the nature of relationship between the young farmers as well as the stakeholders. But I want to know, Uguti, how, like, did you look at specific incubation agribusinesses in Limpopo, or you just generalize it? And also, how are you gonna now upskill young farmers based on your findings? How are you gonna contribute or give back to them and obviously upskill them? How are you planning to do that?
Thank you very much. So yes, the study was localized. That's the first answer. And with how are we gonna upskill them, we do have so I'm from the University of Venda, and we do have a community engagement division. So on a yearly basis, we actually have a lot of community engagement programs that are going on. Currently, I am volunteering in two. One that focuses on commercializing the small-scale farmers, and one that focuses on cooperations, farming cooperations. So yes, I would like to believe that when the opportunity comes, I will be able to present this to the community engagement division and hopefully receive funding and actually get to train the young farmers in Limpopo. Thank you. Oh, there's a lot. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Gift, for such a wonderful presentation. I was a little biased because I was taking like a homeboy, so I was telling Ada that I'm biased with this one.
Nah.
I really enjoyed the presentation, so I just wanted to find out if the program has started yet, so we can collaborate, especially on issue of skills development. Thank you.
All right, I definitely think we're going to have to take that one outside, but then specifically for my study, the program hasn't started. But as I said, I am part of 2 other programs, not for this study, so we can discuss that one outside. Thank you. Nah.
You can, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
It's not to gift, but thank you for the good presentation. It's to the previous presenters, just a comment, not a question. Women, I think we are only treating women, gender, as a binary. We are looking at using a binary lens. With women themselves, we need to go further and disaggregate them to de jure, de facto women. Going to the question of, is it Lindiwe, who talked about land ownership. There are women who own land. There are women who are married, who by the way, the husband is not there. So the de facto, de jure disaggregation must be investigated so that you have a true picture of who are you talking about. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Blessing. Now we'll call upon our last presenter, Nana Kwame Nkrumah, the theory of supranationalization assumptions, mechanisms, and applications for African unity. So, Nana, it's you and lunch.
Yeah. I'll be very brief. Good day, fellow Africans. It seems mine is quite different from all those that have been presented. But since African unity is about all of us, I think it's appropriate, so I'll go ahead. I developed this theory as part of my doctoral research. When I finished and I realized that we need, as Africans, we need to start developing our own theories that will help or shape our own research. So my paper introduced the theory of supranationalization, a framework that rethinks African integration, not as elite institutional engineering, but as a deliberate social mobilization toward regional unity. While the African Union and its Agenda 2063 articulate ambitious visions, implementation remains uneven. I argue that the missing variable is not institutional design, but societal internalization. African integration has largely mirrored European supranationalism. Institutions are created, protocols are signed, frameworks are adopted, yet integration remains distant from everyday African realities. Regional economic communities such as Arab Maghreb Union, Economic Community of West African States, Southern African Development Community, East African Community, Economic Community of Central African States have made progress, but integration is still perceived as elite-driven rather than people-driven. This disconnect produces fragility. I therefore propose supranationalization, not supranationalism, as an ideology. Supranationalization is a deliberate process, that is the definition I give it to it, of directing collective attention and effort toward regional projects and institutions to promote political, economic, and social integration. This process must lead to all the three forms of integration: political integration, economic, and social. It is operational, it is societal, and it is mobilizational. The core assumptions for the theory, there are 4 main core assumptions. 1, African states cannot meet global demands alone. Not a single African state can face globalization alone. I just checked on the GDP of South Africa, and it's around a little bit about 400 million US dollars. And interestingly, Elon Musk, I think is originally from South Africa. And the last time I heard, they are discussing about $1 trillion for just one person, Elon Musk. So if you just compare the GDP of South Africa alone to maybe just what they are offering Elon Musk, and maybe South Africa as a country going to negotiate with Elon Musk, just one man. 2, empowered regional institutions, authority to enforce rules and coordinate. In fact, we need to have regional institutions that will be able to enforce rules and coordinate if you are supposed to be properly integrated. 3, pooling sovereignty at regional level. When we pool our sovereignty, when we decide to cede part of our sovereignty for regional integration, it doesn't decrease the agency of our states as individual states, but rather enhances the collective wellness of all African states. And the role of grassroots actors, traders, SMEs that most of you are talking about, and informal networks, they are part and parcel. They are integral part, they should be integral part of African integration and not peripheral. So there are 4 mechanisms for the implementation of this new theory that I propose for African integration. The first one is Africa's integration debate often excludes its most dynamic actors, informal traders and SMEs. When you go to the border areas and you want to see that whether African integration is working, just find out from the women, the ordinary women who are crossing just to maybe trade. For them, integration is a lived experience. And small and medium-scale enterprises who just want to maybe move their business to other countries within Africa, when you just talk to them, then you will see that whether African integration works or not. But mostly when our political leaders and the diplomatic people go and sit at the AU and the regional economic levels, they just exclude these traders and the SMEs. Yet they constitute the backbone of intra-African trade. We talk about big terms and they don't even understand what it's all about. Supranationalization proposes 1, we should have credit schemes for cross-border traders by the African Development Bank. We should have harmonized customs procedures and we should have mobility incentives. I realized that from yesterday, talking about innovation and other things, but people are just talking about only about specific countries, sometimes even not even countries, but within some small areas. We need to have innovators who are thinking about moving beyond South Africa to maybe my country in Ghana. So how do you do that? The African Union need to have plans in place that will make them think of not just even thinking beyond South Africa or Zimbabwe or Zambia, but thinking about going to the rest of Africa. And formal recognition within the African Union and the regional economic frameworks. When these actors are empowered, integration becomes economically lived, not merely diplomatically negotiated. The second one is traditional leaders. African governance is dual. We have the states and the customary. Traditional authorities possess deep legitimacy that predates colonial state structures. By integrating chiefs, emirs, and the kings into the African Union and regional economic consultations, cross-border ethnic ties become assets. We have people who cross borders to trade. Some even their houses are in one country, their farms or their markets are in different countries. Community mediation strengthens regional peace, and integration gains cultural anchoring. Without legitimacy, institutions remain abstract. We need to make integration a very lived experience among the ordinary people of Africa. Student mobility, that's the third mechanism. Identity formation is generational. A transnational African consciousness must be cultivated deliberately. Supranationalization, therefore, promotes one, regional exchange programs. We need to have our students moving from, what I propose is that maybe when you're doing your first degree, maybe you have 8 semesters. So like what is done in Europe, if we have the same Erasmus Plus program, you do one semester here in South Africa, you do another one in Zimbabwe, another one in Egypt, another one, I mean with different universities. At the end of the day, all your GDP is just calculated, but even though it's just one degree, you've moved to different universities. So this one gives you a sense of Africanness. It gives you, it trains you to have social networks in different African countries. So by the time you finish, you see yourself as an African and not just a South African, a Ghanaian, Zimbabwean, or Egyptian. Credit portability, that you should be able to have all the credit, as I said, whether you were in Ghana or South African university, they should be able to find a way to make sure that we have the same system. And curriculum integration of African regional studies. The comparative aspiration is the Erasmus Plus program in Europe, which fostered European identity beyond treaties. Africa must build its own model rooted in its realities. Local media narratives. Institutions do not mobilize people, stories do. Local media, that is television, radio, digital platforms, can demystify integration for the ordinary people to understand. Highlight cross-border successes, counter misinformation about African integration, and translate policy into everyday language for the ordinary people to understand. Narratives convert borders from barriers into bridges. And when we integrate all these mechanisms, the 4 mechanisms, then you have economic drivers, traditional legitimacy, student mobility, and media narratives. These direct collective attention towards African and regional economic community institutions. This produces political, economic, and social integration simultaneously. Then I applied it first in West Africa to see how it works. We have strong informal trade networks in West Africa, and we have established regional economic structures under ECOWAS, deep cross-border ethnic linkages. So once it works in West Africa, then we just apply it in Southern Africa, Central Africa, Eastern Africa, and Northern Africa. So that's why I chose to apply it first in West Africa, and it works. If supranationalization works here, it is scalable across other regions. So this is the conceptual model for my theory. First applied in West Africa, and all the 5 sub-regions that we have in Africa. Then it moves on to the continental level, which is the AU, applying it for African unity. Theoretical contribution. This theory moves beyond Eurocentric mimicry. It avoids rigid stage-based models. You see, when you talk about economic integration, we have stages, we have free trade area, then you move on to customs union, then move on to common market, before you move on to a complete economic. This theory moves from that. Africa, the whole Africa right now has, since 1963, then the EU started in 2003, we are now having Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is the first base of this economic theory. If you want to move, it means that it's going to take us about 100 years before we want to get to what if we want to follow the European stages. But this one will help us to move beyond those rigid economic models. It integrates informal and formal actors and Africanizes integration theory. It is both normative, what ought to be, and is very operational. Supranationalization, therefore, is equal to Africanizing integration theory. For the African Union and regional economic communities, 1, institutionalize grassroots representation. Fund continental mobility programs, yes, for students to move around various universities in various countries so that by the time they finish, they will have African values in them. I can see some of you who are educated here in South Africa. Maybe you have never been to North Africa or West Africa or even Central Africa. Me and myself, this is the first time I'm coming to South Africa. So we need to fund continental mobility program and create media-based integration strategies for the media to carry out what is being done to help integrate Africa. And we need to recognize transitional councils in regional governance. Conclusion. African unity cannot rely solely on treaties and summits. What our political elites and our diplomatic communities always go to the AU to do and pass treaties where our people don't even understand the big English that they are saying. Supranationalization transforms integration into a deliberate, inclusive, culturally grounded societal project. Integration must be lived before it is institutionalized. Thank you very much, my fellow Africans.
Thank you, Mr. Nana. We'll take 2 or 3 questions and then we conclude our session and then we can have lunch. Any questions or comments? 1 this side, 2 there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I just wanted to ask, maybe from your study, what is the effect or the impact of these regional economic blocks? For example, you find that, like Kenya, we belong to East African Community, we belong to IGAD, we belong to COMESA, and now the African Union. So what is the effects or implication of belonging to even more than one regional economic bloc? And are they really serving the purpose of their existence? And if yes, do we really need to have many regional blocs and also have the African Union, and all are talking about integration? Thank you.
Well, thank you for your question. See, the African Union recognizes 5 main regional economic communities. Arab Maghreb Union in the northern part, Economic Community of West African States in West Africa, then the EAC in the east, then the central one, and the one in the SADC, the 5 main ones. But you see, countries, when they don't want to commit themselves to the ideals of integration, then they try to cooperate. So they have formed a lot of these regional, small regional bodies, which is not benefiting the ordinary Africans. But Africans are not reaping from the integration that we are supposed to be having. But the African Union are using these 5 basic regional groupings to form the continental unity by 2063, which is 100 years from 1963 that the Organization of African Unity was formed. So these 5, but at the other ones that are already there, countries prefer to join just to benefit from more organization. But the basic ones are the 5 ones that I have mentioned. And that they are forming the basic basic blocks of the continental unity by 2063 that the AU has set. So these ones are not just, the other ones that you mentioned are just not helping the African Union's cause. The African Union itself is just institutionalizing. They just go and form and make summits and make propositions and other things that are not benefiting the ordinary people. That's why I'm saying that we need a rethink where that it is not elite-driven, but it should be people-centered, students, ordinary women who are always crossing the borders, who understand the actual effect of cross-border integration. But there are people who are just living there, they just fly and they don't even go by road, so they don't even know the actual implication when they move by free movement of people.
Thank you. And then the next question there. Matlo.
Thanks, sir. Dr. Nana, it's not a question. I feel challenged. I've been having an interest of having this some sort of a collaboration or exchange program for my master's and PhD students, you know, to start here in Africa, keeping it in Africa. Then we can see if we can go beyond the borders of Africa. I think your presentation is, for me, I feel like it is a call that when we live here, we don't just go, but we live here having like a program in place where we can have collaboration with the brothers that are within here that are coming from other countries and see in our fields, how can we push this integration so that Africans can know what Africa, and also our education, we deal with African issues the African way. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nana, for your presentation. My question is mostly on why did you say African unity, obviously on your topic instead of West African unit, because you tested your theory in West Africa, and also how many countries have you tested your theory in West African? Was it all 16 countries or it was specific countries? And also, how are you planning to scale it to other African countries?
Thank you very much for your question. What I'm saying is that is actually for African unity. But since we have 5 basic blocks, regional economic communities, that is the 5 basic ones, we just test them in West Africa and it works. Then you just bring it here into Southern Africa, you test it and it works. You test it in Central Africa, you test it in Eastern Africa, you test it in Northern Africa. Then it's like all the regional economic communities, all the 5 of them, you just sample it, and the AU, just like the AU is doing, the regional economic communities are just the building blocks. The AU is just making all these regional economic communities develop. Then we just add all the 5 together to get it one, that is by 2063. But if you look at the time that we have and how the things are going, I don't think following the European model that the African Union is following, by 2063 we can achieve our goals of African unity. And that is why I have proposed this one, that we need to devolve the integration process to the grassroots people, students, SMEs on the ground. Because if you talk about, for example, the after that you are talking about, when I came to this country, I've just been moving, as I'm moving around, I've seen that, for example, the automobile industry, I've seen Toyota, I've seen Hyundai, I've seen Kia, I've seen Volkswagen, which is VW, and these are mostly foreign-owned brands. I don't know whether you have locally South African brand for cars. I don't know. The Chinese models are also coming. And so because of these free trade area, you see, when AFTA started, they also started bringing what do you call it, assembling plants into Ghana. So the free trade area will just allow these foreign brands to benefit. But we need to incentivize or grow our local SMEs to move, to develop so that they will rather benefit from these free trade areas. But what I'm saying is that we just can't follow this European style of integration. We need to just develop our own. Students moving around in various universities like this so that we develop a generation of African people who see themselves more of African, not just as South Africans, Ghanaians, and all those things. We need to help our SMEs move from one country to other countries. We need to incentivize them. How do they do it? The African Union need to, African Development Bank need to have facilities in place to help those who have the capacity to move across borders. And we need to help the women and other people who cross the borders to move and trade, and especially the traditional one. Let me just emphasize this one. The duality of our African governance. Most of the political leaders that we elect, they don't even have the respect that we have for our traditional leaders. But because when the Europeans came, what they did was maybe to collapse our traditional or our local governance system to now bring in the people who can serve them. So we don't even actually have respect for them. But these our traditional leaders, they constitute our spirituality. They are custodians of our customs and traditions and all those things. So once we decide to bring them on board, it legitimizes the integration people. So we need to have the kings and the queens also thinking about how can we unite, not only the political elite going to sit down there and come out with big English where the local people don't even understand. So these are the things that we need to devolve the integration to the local level for the ordinary people to understand what is going on. And not that people see themselves as Ghanaians, Nigerians, South Africans, Zimbabweans, but collectively as Africans. And this is how we're going to help us to scale the European mimicry.
The last question. Thank you so much for the presentation. I am very inspired. I wanted to get some clarification on what indicators have you used to show that this theory is working, and how did you measure the success?
Nationalism and economic theory of integration. But I realized that the assumptions were basically European model, and that is what the African Union, African integration has mostly used. So now I propose this one. And so I'm now going to test the theories, but I applied first in West Africa, and we need to be tested in all the other regions. But I'm very positive that with the assumptions that are put forward, they will work.
Thank you, Dr. Nana, for the wonderful presentation. And I would like to thank all our presenters for such wonderful presentation, and we really learned a lot from you. So to everyone, please, during lunch and maybe dinner, just continue having conversations, and you will see how you can collaborate and you can work together. So I would like to formally close this session, unless, Mato, if you have any announcements from your side.
Thanks, Walter. Colleagues, young minds, we have lunch now, same restaurant as yesterday. The other announcement is this room will be transformed into the later gala dinner room. So the changes are we're going to use the archive building for room 1 and room 2. So Dr. Obisi and the facilitators of the next session after lunch, Dr. Obisi and Dr. Dlamini would be based that side. So please inform your colleagues. I'll go to the other room also to inform them that this room is no longer available, but after lunch we move to archive building for room 1 and room 2. we are only back here at gala dinner, dressed nicely, looking good.
Thank you, Dr. Matlo.
Thanks.
To our presenters, maybe before you step down, can you just stand here and then you have a group photo? What is our...